A storm is brewing.
Dimitri on Drake is a wizard.
Within the Tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, Knight D8? Whoa.
One
And
second.
he's 1 second.
Move!
Oh my god.
Push him,
It's a
G3.
What a tactic.
This is insane. Oh, look at Fabi, exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
27 made. You wanted
Can't stop me! Oh my god, it didn't happen! The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just
Oh,
gave
man.
away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride. Welcome into another quarterfinals matchup in the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. International Master Danny Wrench alongside the Grandmaster Naroditsky. Danya, how you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling great. Good afternoon, everybody. Carlsen, Caruana, up next. Danny, I am beyond pumped. I really don't have any words to describe how I feel right now.
I can't wait. The world champion playing in his second match of the 2022 SCC. Caruana coming off that super impressive victory over Iragaisi. Looking even more impressive after Iragaisi just won the Tata Steel Blitz. So, man, do we have a good one in store. Let's remind everybody, Danya, before we jump in, what's at stake, of course, in the Speed Chess Championship. You know it already. It's $100,000 in total prizes. But now that we're in the quarterfinals, Danya, it's 4K base, not 2K, and 4K split up based on win percentage, of course. The winner will advance to the semifinals. What would you do with $4,000 extra in your pocket tomorrow, Danya, besides buy a little more caffeine and LaCroix?
Well, I'd go to the new steakhouse in downtown Charlotte where the cheapest item is $90. Then maybe I'd put some money down for down payment. And I'd have a couple dollars left over for a birthday gift for your kids, Danny.
Wow. Well, apparently foreground goes a long way in Charlotte. Down payments and everything. I love that. All right. Well, we're gonna be talking about what the players are going to do with their money throughout the day as we learn who's going to be taking home the cash. But let's remind everybody who's already taken home that cash to get into the quarterfinals. On the left side of our bracket, we see both Hikaru Nakamura and Nihal Sarin made it into the semifinals, and they were both pretty dominant. Danya, of the two players, who do you think showed the best form punching their ticket through?
Well, I have to point to Nihal Sarin. I mean, for Hikaru Nakamura, literally, it would be a great upset for him to lose to anybody other than Magnus Carlsen. So he's expected to advance, but Nihal Sarin, I mean, he beats Ding in the CGC. He runs him out of the gym, and now he runs him out of the gym again. For God's sake, Ding is the World Championship challenger.
Yeah. Let's remind everybody, he also beat both Ding Liren and Anish Giri in reverse order in the Chess.com Global Championship, right? So Ding Liren, Anish Giri, supposed to be more household names than Nihal Sarin, but not so fast. The young man from India is saying, I've now beaten these guys twice in two of Chess.com's biggest events in 2022. And will he be someone who can give Hikaru a run for his money, or maybe be the first person besides Magnus Carlsen ever to beat Hikaru Nakamura in the SCC format? So we will find out, of course, when that matchup comes up this week. But right now, it's time to talk today's matchup, Danya. Here we go. We have the World Chess Champion, the Norwegian World Chess Champion, taking on Fabiano Caruana. One of these two will be the next player to get through to the semifinals. As we look at this matchup on paper, Danya, I know we could talk a million storylines, but what is speaking to you most right now about this matchup?
Well, obviously there's the subtext that this is a rematch from their World Championship match. So both of them have a chip on their shoulder, particularly Fabiano Caruana. We're going to be talking about that throughout. But Carlsen has a major lead across all formats. So there's no question that Magnus Carlsen is the favorite in this match. Fabiano Caruana is the underdog, and you don't say those words very often. So how is Fabi going to handle that role today?
Yeah. And you mentioned, of course, Magnus has been the better player pretty much in all formats. Remind everybody, he has an 11-5 record in Classical, a 13-5 record in Blitz. Again, I'm not counting draws. That just tells you that Magnus has been the more dominant player. Of course, we know he's also a great Blitz and Bullet player. Fabiano has also never made it past the quarterfinals in our SCC format. Will today be the day that he shocks the world? But all right, let's talk about the format. Speaking of that, the SCC format is one that is a little different than the World Chess Championship Rapid Tiebreaker we keep referring to from 2018. A 16-player knockout. Of course, as we know, the players are looking to score points through different disciplines as the time runs out. If we get to a tiebreak, it will be 4 games of 1 minute before ultimately Armageddon, and a fun bidding process. Danya, as we talk about the time controls, tell the world where you think you're sitting in the script chair, right? I just gave you the script, Danya. You're in Hollywood, and you're writing that upset story. What happens in these time control segments for Fabiano to shock the world today?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of comebacks in the bullet segment in the SEC this year, which is pretty unusual. I mean, Nihal Sarin lost a 3-point lead and almost lost. Dimitri Andrakin had a 3-point lead going into the bullet. But in this match, Danny, I really think that Fabi has to strike in the time control he feels most comfortable, and that is 5+1. That is most similar to classical chess. Fabi has professed his love for classical chess many times, so he's got to get off to a good start. He's got to make Magnus feel unsettled. He's got to make Magnus feel like he's having another one of those subpar performances, right? And that can be tilting for anybody.
Well, you know, Magnus mentioned in the interview that you and I had with him after sending Gukesh home that he wasn't happy with how he played, and acknowledged he knows he's going to need to play better as this event goes on. But, you know, facing Fabiano, he's got to be feeling confident in all these time controls. Do you think that an early win by Fabiano, maybe an early several wins, has the potential to rattle Magnus, or do you think he'll find himself no matter what as the day goes on?
I think Magnus has shown in a lot of his long chess.com matches he's played in the past few weeks that he is incredibly hard to rattle. I mean, Hikaru, Magnus, they're kind of in the same category. He sort of plays the same way every game. He has the same style. He grinds every single game, but he's also human. Believe it or not. I know that's a pretty controversial statement. So,
breaking news. A hot take.
Breaking news. So the more you shorten the match, the more you keep it close, the more nervous you're going to make him. I mean, you follow the classic sports advice, get it to the fourth quarter and stay within 10 points. Okay, in the SCC, basically stay within 2 points.
Right. All right. Well, I don't even know that we've quite made our predictions. I think, like many, we know Magnus is the favorite and that Caruana probably has to strike early if he has a chance and maybe surprise people. The increment in bullet is always a little different, which is why if it comes down to that last time control with a little bit of extra time on the clock with that increment on every move, it's not just straight up bullet. So if it's close, maybe Fabi will have a chance there. But all right, we've given our thoughts on how it might break down. What did Smarter Chess say was going to happen today? We see a 6-3 prediction in 5-1. 2 games up in the 3+1 segment, and then another 6-4 score for Magnus. So he pretty much has the world champion dominating throughout, Danya.
Yeah, Fabi basically has to flip the narrative in the 5+1 segment. He's got to basically go something like 6-3 and create that 2 or 3 point cushion going into the 3+1. And this is no knock on Fabi. I think this is a fair prediction. And, we're trying to find the balance between building up the hype, and you don't really need to build up the hype in a Carlsen-Caruana matchup, but also being realistic. And realistically, this will be a huge upset if Fabi manages to pull it off. It will be.
Well, if he can strike early and the fans will be then on the edge of their seat, will Smarter Chess's 80% victory for Magnus Carlsen prove true, or will the community's prediction prove a little more true? Let's take a look at that, because the community is even more in favor of Magnus moving on with a 96% victory. I think part of that is a lot of people, rightfully so, maybe thought that it might be Iragaisi facing off against Magnus. Again, Fabi proved that wrong with an epic match victory there over Arjun. But only 406 people had Fabi moving on to the semifinals. Your thoughts?
I mean, geez, what does the man have to do? First of all, don't show this to Fabi. Let's keep it away from him.
You won't like him when he's angry. You won't like him when he's angry, yeah.
Oh, I do. I mean, what does the guy have to do to make people believe in him, right? I mean, he just wins match after match, and, still people just don't quite confide in him. But listen, I get it. Magnus Carlsen is the world champion. He's so stable, and when he plays terribly, by his own admission, he beats a 2,700 with a score of 23-7, Danny. So, the stats kind of do speak in his favor. I get it.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things I'll predict early in this matchup, we talk about what are we going to see on the board with the players. I think we'll see Fabi bring something in terms of prep. I don't know what that looks like, but I think he will try to get some advantages early on. I don't think he's going to be holding a lot back, knowing that he needs to score points, especially in the time controls where he has a little more time on the clock. Whereas Magnus, on the other hand, I wonder if he'll mix it up and poke and prod, or will we get 2018 World Chess Championship rematches, a bunch of Sveshnikovs we didn't see coming, and a grinded out affair. Your thoughts on the X's and O's we might see on the 64 squares?
We're going to definitely get an opening duel in this match. There's just no question in my mind that Fabi has to exploit all of his strengths, every single one of them. His calculation, his ability to think and produce accurate moves in critical moments, and of course, his incredible, vast opening preparation with both colors. I'm expecting 1 E4 from Fabi. I think we're going to get a good amount of Ruy Lopez's. And I actually think that both of these players are going to be ready to change their opening choices at the drop of a hat if something doesn't work out, just given how versatile both of them are.
I agree. And I think that if one player shows they brought more in terms of prep than the other, they are so versatile, they're not going to be hesitating, I think, to switch it up quickly. Getting a disadvantage out of the opening against Caruana, if you're Magnus or vice versa, is not something that they want to have happen. And speaking of things we want to have happen, lots of hair memes coming our way. Apparently, Magnus brought that extra volume shampoo this morning to really get the energy going. You wonder if he blow dries his hair at all for these. What do you think?
Hey, we asked him in the last interview, but he was in a fantastic mood, Danny, as you remember. He was really in a talkative, he was in kind of a chill frame of mind. He played great against Gukesh, so he really expanded upon his shampoo routine, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
The routine these guys know well is now underway. We are to the games here in our next quarterfinal matchups of the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. Thanks for being with us, everybody. And the day is underway. Magnus Carlsen, a classical Nimzo, Danya.
Let's go. Carlsen, Caruana. I can't believe we're watching this. Magnus has the white pieces here. And this 94 variation, which has been around since the medieval times of Garry Kasparov in the 90s.
It's an interesting approach. The white queen is often okay on c2. You're going to develop naturally with e3 and bishop d3. The pawn already guards b4. But Fabi playing quickly here, so he's clearly got some sort of prep he's about to show, given how quickly he committed to this line. Like, hey, Magnus, I wasn't surprised by your classical Nimzo.
Yeah, and taking the first think of the game, developing the knight to c6, which should also be pointed out. In this line, you often try to push c5, but recently, players have actually been pushing on the king side. g7, g5, and then h7, h5 is actually not out of the question, even if you've castled kingside, because that bishop experiences a lot of problems. And if white has to play h3 in response to that, Danny, then after knight takes g3, white's entire kingside structure is ruined and the e-pawn is weak. So I think Fabi is thinking between bishop f5 and a tame move like rook e8, which he's just played. But that's not such a tame move after all. He's setting up knight takes d4 threats.
Wow, knight takes d4. If pawn takes, we move this knight, discover check. Bob's your uncle on e1 and drops the rook. Man, I love highlighting as you speak.
Uncle.
Can we keep this relationship more often? I feel like I learn more coming from the school for kids who don't chess good.
Who don't chess good. You arrow good though. So
I graduated from
qualities.
the school where kids don't chess good to arrow good. All right, well, the rook is on e8. There are immediate threats with knight takes d4. Jokes aside, and I love your point about g5 and h5. It's such an instructive thing to see that normally blocking a c-pawn in a queen's pawn game, which is any real central structure where the queen pawns are the ones that are the furthest, most advanced, everyone, is a queen's pawn game. And normally you want the c-pawn open, but in this case, getting yourself in a spot to focus on the king side, this is some dynamic stuff, and Magnus is already down 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, this is an incredibly dynamic position with a ton of options on every move. We see Magnus going for the more pedestrian knight f3.
Yeah,
white can also castle queenside here. That's not out of the question either, although, of course, the queenside is not exactly the safest place to be. Yeah. But with black unable to open up the c-file easily, that really builds the case for white going queenside rather than kingside. And now where is Fabi going to deploy his bishop? F5 or g4? Or is he going to resort back to g7, g5?
Here he goes. He's in on it. Is he going to go g4 or
h5? Come on, Fabi.
If g4, I expect knight e5 will be played to prevent knight takes d4 tactics. But note, everybody, if the knight went anywhere else, you might be right back there. So instead, he plays Danya's h5. This is, I'm going to be honest. Okay, this is earliest game one. But if I'm honest about how I would have been in Fabi's corner, massaging his shoulders, chess boxing style, I would say, look, bro, you've got to go after him. Like, we're not here to mess around, right? You've got to go after Magnus and get points early and often in these slower time controls. So I love what I'm seeing here.
And from personal experience playing Magnus in long blitz matches, I think his one tiny Achilles heel, I mean, yes, who am I to talk about Magnus's Achilles heel? I can understand the irony of that. But he is a bit of a slow starter. It sometimes takes him a couple of games to get warmed up. And listen, we saw this against Gukesh. It was 1-1. Gukesh had many chances in the first 5-6 games. I think Fabi noticed that, and he says, hey, this is where I'm going to try to strike. Every game is important. Every opportunity has to be exploited. And Magnus kind of struggling to find a move here. He simply ignores the threat of h4. Wow.
Is that a bishop that can be trapped, or are you just happy to see me, Danya? h4, bishop e5, f6. There's
bishop takes e4.
e4.
Yeah, it's a classic idea, actually. And then queen takes e4 with a check on g6.
Speaking of slow starter, can we just call out that Magnus looks like he needs a banana. Remember last show where we had bananas at the ready? Magnus is looking like he needs some potassium, a little vitamin B, maybe a little caffeine. he is looking a little exhausted there. Let's bring up the analysis board if we can real quick, just to show some of these variations, because we are in a sharp position here. If f6 occurs, bishop takes e4, take, shake and bake. Mom helped, right? Takes e5 and we get check. White has at least a draw, but maybe even more, right?
Knight takes g5. Yeah, White's got the draw in his pocket with queen h6 check, but knight g5 is possible. You could also go queen h6 check and then knight takes g5. So you could really massage this in many different ways, and Fabi wants to avoid a scenario like this if he can. So f6 is not forced here, Danny. You could consider knight takes e5. You could consider bishop f5, but the thing is, you've already committed to all of these pawn moves, and then suddenly reverting back to a normal developing move, I actually think that might be the way to go, preventing bishop takes e4.
Okay, pawns can't go back. Thanks, Captain Obvious. But it is important when they push in front of your king to remind ourselves of those basic rules. And we, by the way, have h4 and bishop e5 on the board. So your suggestion of bishop f5 looking more and more prophetic, coming from the prophet, called it.
There we go. Yeah, he just didn't want that scenario where Magnus has at least a perpetual. Pretty terrifying. And now F6 is a massive threat, so H3 might be what the doctor ordered for Magnus.
Yeah, F6 traps the bishop, so you've got to do something spicy now before that bishop gets in trouble. He has 2.5 minutes. He is up 30, even 40 seconds right now on Caruana. So talk about a game that gave us a little bit of an opening struggle, Danya. These guys spent a lot of time navigating whatever this theory or prep was, and only 15 moves have been played, and we're about to be under time pressure.
And here comes C5, I think, trying to drive that pawn down to C4 and exploit the awkwardness of that relationship between the bishop and the queen. But Fabi taking more of a slow roll approach. And yes, we're going to get a lot of time scrambles in this match just because of the incredibly complex style of both players. They are such principled players. They're going to get complex positions every game. And I think a big determining factor is going to be who can keep their wits about them in middle game time scrambles.
Yeah. Well, now Magnus is still in that lounging position. I see chat saying he's bummed he's missing the semifinal of one of the World Cup games.
Hey, chat, please don't tell me the score. I'm recording it.
Yeah, no World Cup spoilers for Danya. I don't really care. You can whisper to me, although my whispers are blocked on Twitch for good reason. So frankly, do whatever you want to do, chat. Shout out to featured chat though. We'll be checking in with you throughout the day. So jokes aside, give us your comments. See your comment read on air, and ultimately comments will be read to the winner of this match at the end. So play along with us, chat. All right, castles, rook c8. Here comes c5 for black. As you said, I'm expecting it. Bishop g6 first. We'll sell it.
Fabi delaying c5, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Maybe bishop g6 can come to h5 at some point to harass indirectly the pawn on e5. Also putting the bishop on a defended square is a good idea. Now knight d2 threats are eliminated. I like Fabi's position. I think he's doing fine here. But once he plays c5, things are kind of going to explode.
Yeah. It's funny because now that the bishop is protected, you're right. You're not worried about pins. This knight can't really move without this pawn hanging in a lot of positions. So let me ask you, does Fabi have to play c5? Like, what's to just kind of sitting in this position? What is White's plan, I guess, to ask the question directly? Oh, here we go.
Not an easy position, but knight to h2. What a move by Carlsen. Now, his idea is obvious. You're pointing it out, but it looks like it hangs the e5 pawn, which Fabi grabs. But f3 and bishop takes g6, Danny. That queen is going to appear on g6. And guess what? Fabi's moved b7, b6.
Yeah.
He's going to pay for it. That pawn on c6 can be captured.
Wow.
Oh, he missed it. Look at he missed that pawn.
Magnus spotted that. What
an idea.
What an idea, and what foresight to see the weakness of b6. When we have a second, let's head over to the Batcave and bring the analysis board back. I want to just show the killer instinct from the great white shark that is Magnus Carlsen. Look at this position. We talked about maybe white doesn't have a clear plan, but b6 creates just a subtle problem at the end of the line. And note that Fabi has to take e5 because otherwise the knight comes to g4, you take e4, and the pony pops. So this combination that Magnus spotted is just incredible.
I mean, knight h2 is such a 7-head move, and things kind of getting crazy in the endgame. It still looks dangerous for white with that knight sitting on g3. Danny, there are some mating ideas for black, but Magnus has left himself plenty of time to navigate the complexity here. I think he's going to take this game. He could play e4 here. He could give a check on e5. I'm going to let him do the calculation, but back to your point, knight h2 and f3. What a concept by Magnus.
Yeah, and again, like it was a good concept regardless with the pawns on e5, but it only really works because the c6 pawn is hanging at the end, and we saw Fabi's reaction in real time. What a combo. Magnus Carlsen, not the worst chess player I've ever seen.
Only the second worst.
Only the second worst. All right, rook d8 played. Fabi's not going to give this one up, and the time scramble will be commencing. It shall commence.
It shall, but it's only a one-sided time scramble, and I think Magnus could send his f-pawn up as well. f4, d3, f5, d2. I mean, it's still a 3-result game, but white's pawns should decide with accurate play. Finally, Magnus sits up.
Yeah, well, he's going to get under. Oh, not yet. He plays f4. Oh my gosh! Here we go. Get your running shoes on. The pawns are pushing. Who gets there faster? Rook c1's coming, man. This is
f6 check, king d6, and white loses the e6 pawn. I think Magnus might have overlooked that. Crazy, Danny.
By the way, he woke up. Thank you, Velvet Canyon, for waking up,
my
chat.
gosh.
Give us your comments. We love featured chat. King D6, Rook C1. He has to play 93. Okay, he finds it.
92 check, and then the king escapes the pin, so that's not possible. Fabi brings his king up.
Oh, Rook D7.
Oh, that's a knife. That's a knife right there. Take D2.
He's going to pick up the pawns, and it's falling apart for Fabi.
Totally winning now,
but only 4 seconds
chances.
for Magnus. This is blunderable, man. This is blunderable.
100%. Knight takes F5, tries to capture. No, but just take an E7. Yeah, this is over.
Here comes the queen.
Yeah, Rook C8, Rook D8.
Man, you got problems here.
Unreal.
What a game one. What a match we are in store for. You know, when that King D6 line was played with Rook C1, Danya, I thought for a second maybe Black should have sacked the knight on F5. Knight takes, King takes E6, forcing 93. I don't know if there was anything there with Rook D1 and then the other Rook comes to C1, but anyway, sorry.
Yeah, no.
I went full chess player. Never go full chess player on a chess show.
Did you catch that from Magnus? What did he just... Was there like a B that he's trying to ward off? What was that hand motion right there?
It could be like a fly in the room. It could also be just negative thoughts. He's saying, get thee behind me, you know?
I only won in 40 moves. I wanted to win in 20 moves. But listen, the eval bar did come down briefly, but I wouldn't put too much stock in that. Magnus was in control of that game really for the entirety of the latter middle game and end game. It was virtually indefensible, practically speaking.
Yep. All right, well, as predicted, we have yet another battle of theory. If you're one of the more advanced players in chat, you might want to get your notebooks out. These guys are going to be playing prep today. These games are going to be in databases somewhere. This is now some mainline Spanish stuff. The players are stopping to think. Deep respect they have for each other. Thanks, Yoda. And much preparation they have brought.
Yeah, this, of course, was thoroughly explored in the Magnus Nepo match. I mean, Fabi has written a book on the Ruy Lopez with White, so I would consider him the leading specialist on the Ruy Lopez as it stands right now. And an interesting pawn structure transformation as Magnus strikes with D5, and the idea of this move is to establish a stronghold for the Black Knight on E4, or to get an IQP structure where Black has control of the square in front of it, which is the most important thing.
Yep. Love that highlight there. That transition is really important for players to note. I'm just going to quickly show that, because if you're ever going to make this big trade, you're helping White get squares for pieces. So you have to follow it with the transition of D5 to try to go for the IQP. Otherwise, you've given White this square. You've actually temporarily even given White the 2 pawns. So really important, just kind of positional nugget to put in your pocket, take home. You can use it later. The currency is better than crypto these days. Oh, did I go there? Knowledge nugget. Anyway, ED5, knight D5, and we have an IQP as predicted. This is what Black has to do if you're opening up all of these minor pieces for White.
Yeah, this is a really interesting middle game. Now, of course, Black has kind of an equivalent weakness on C7, but that is not an easy weakness to access. Black's light squared bishop. Big question here. Where is it going to go? Is it going to go to E6 to support the knight, or is it going to go to B7 to aim at the White king? I like bishop B7.
Yeah.
But
I highlighted the
A6 is a little bit loose.
Might be. Yeah. Got to watch A6 if you go to the king side, right? This is a funny transition for White, right, Danya? Because it's not... The bishop has moved so many times in this Lopez. If you go back, we're already looking at 4 or 5 moves for just one piece. But the bishop recognizes it's maybe not ideal here, not just because it's being poked, but maybe there's a new target. If the pawn ever pushes, B5 becomes available. So the bishop on this diagonal at some point is also useful. Ooh, wait. Magnus is threatening the B1 knight, so no taking the pawn just yet.
No taking the pawn just yet, but it's on very thin ice. That pawn is under arrest. I don't know if it lives in a penthouse in the Bahamas, though, but it ain't feeling very good right now.
Okay, the knight will be able to develop to C3 now. The bishop, of course, guarding this square. Excuse me.
Ooh, Black's pieces look so nice.
Look at
good. That. Look at those minor pieces.
Man, look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Well, Danny,
sorry,
those minor pieces remind me of the minor pieces I had against...
It's a little early for us to go.
Lone Pine.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, to go to the light squares. Actually, but seriously, Black is dominating the light squares. Let it be noted.
I feel like the eval bar hasn't woken up yet.
Yeah, the eval bar says Danny and Danya are freaking out over little things, but this is high-level chess. We are exchanging A 6
Or
for
D.
D4, A for D. Black will win this pawn, everyone. Probably that's what we're going to see. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know that white has any other option.
So knight takes d4. Again, Magnus looks unhappy, so you literally cannot judge the position based on his body language. I think the reason he's concerned has to do with that passed a-pawn, which can actually jump to a5. And if white can successfully maintain his control over the center and prevent tactics related to bishop takes f2 check and keep that knight on c3 under control, then white does have this major asset on the queen side. So it's actually quite a bit more double-edged than I initially thought.
Also, it's one of those long-term assets, right? I mean, no matter what happens in the center, this is an outside pass pawn you can bring home to mom and dad. You know, it's a long-term advantage, and it's not going anywhere. Of course, if the D pawn falls, black also has a C pawn, but not quite as dangerous as the A pawn.
Okay, so knight takes d4 has been played. Big question, what is Magnus going to recapture? I mean, he's probably going to take on d4. I thought about knight e5 here briefly, intending to meet knight c2 with knight c6, but that was way too speculative. He takes with the queen, so he wants to put a rook on d8 and just press on white's minor pieces.
Yeah. This bishop, of course, is stuck to guard the knight, so this is a little irritating, right? Of course, the queen a little bit tender in the center. There's all kinds of moves you just start looking at to gain a tempo, but not right away. Queen takes a1 would win the exchange. That's an important little tactic. So
Fabi needs a very composed move here. Something like rook a2 or rook c1. What are those cagey moves that just defend the minors?
I was just about to say rook c1, then you can meet rook d8 with, I think, bishop e3. You get out of dodge, and suddenly you're okay. But at the end of these lines, we have to remember when there may be weird exchanges, the bishop takes the knight, and the knight wins a4. So keep that in your roadmap at the end of some of these combos.
But Fabi taking his time, down to 90 seconds now on the clock, and the complexity showing no signs of abating. He moves his queen away, intending rook a to d1 in response to rook d8, Danny. But
is there bishop c2?
Bishop c2 chases the rook out. He might have missed that detail. That is a nasty move. Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Good catch.
I just got sour lemon face. It was like
Danny
I'm
with the call.
What do you do then if you can't? Let's bring up the analysis board and take a quick look. Oh, because rook d8 is played. If the move rook to d1 is on the board, we're going to see the move bishop to c2.
And it is.
And yeah, Evalbar agrees. This is a problem.
Evalbar agrees. Oh, it's not on the board just yet. I think Fabi's noticed it. And the problem, and now it is, he's played rook a to d1. Bishop c2, maybe rook c1. And he's holding on for dear life.
It barely works. It barely works. And what's funny
barely.
is it barely works, but in the end, you will have the passed a-pawn we've been talking about. So it's okay, we're getting action. We'll stay with the live position here. Wait, a4 just falls straight up. Didn't even see that coming. Duh.
Because he played rook a to d1. So to meet bishop c2 with bishop e3, but that drops the a-pawn. And now Fabi firmly on the defensive. He's lost his main asset.
Yep. Magnus is unfortunately bringing the heat early. We made a call that one of the few Achilles heels for Magnus in these SCC matches has been a slow start. He started slow against Gukesh as well. You called it, Danya. Maybe he heard it through the subconscious ether webs of the universe.
I think he's made a conscious adjustment to I wouldn't say take the first couple of games more seriously. He takes them plenty seriously, but he consciously realizes how important it is to set a good tone. And can Fabi hold the draw here? This is an early big game, Danny. I mean, he goes down 2-0. That's a very unpleasant hole to find yourself in when you've just woken up in the morning and you're already down 2-0.
Well, especially because you know the storyline. You know what people are probably saying has to happen for you to have a chance in this match if you're the American. It's, hey, Fabi, you got to win in the slow time control. So if you start down 2 games in the 5-minute portion, knowing you're not really looking forward to bullet, that's when tilt can happen, right? That's when a match can get away from you.
The good news for Fabi is that his pieces are well placed, and the c7 pawn is very much immobilized. Like, it can go up to c5. You have to watch for tactics. Bishop takes c5 and bishop takes f7. But even if you avoid that, how do you get the bishop off of c4? White's got a ton of activity here to compensate for the loss of the pawn. Fabi should hold this with careful play.
But it's blitz for a reason, right? Should and will are 2 very different things, especially when it comes to fast time control games. So, by the way, don't blunder bishop g6, everyone. White will just take your bishop. That's a pinned pawn on f7.
Pinned pawn it is. Maybe bishop e6, but then white takes. And
then you got to
take back with a pawn.
Otherwise,
yeah, that's awkward.
That's awkward.
That's awkward.
That's as awkward as our commentary. Yeah.
I was about to say the same thing. Chat was having a field day with that. That was what chat was thinking, of course.
Awkward AF. Awkward as Fabi, as we like to say. Not many things are not many things are as awkward as Fabi.
Well, our commentary kind of rivals it, but anyways. Okay, where is he going to put that bishop?
Magnus hasn't made up his mind because we're sitting here laughing. Magnus took more than a minute on that move, or about 57.4 seconds to be exact, as we look at the time logs on chess.com.
Rook takes e3. Easy to miss. Easy to miss.
Yeah. Okay, just so everyone visualize it in your head. Takes, shake and bake on e3. Black wins the rook. So Fabi had to see that, which he did. Magnus down to 10 seconds. I mean, okay.
Bishop g5. You can't take c7 because of the check on e1. I think you have to trade the bishops and then maneuver your queen from h5 to g4 and try to infiltrate c8. And he's doing a perfect job.
You were threatening it, so Magnus defended it. I highlighted it as you said it. Queen d8. There is no rook d1 check. We got double protection on this square. So, okay, so Fabi plays g3.
Just sit tight if you're Fabi, but don't allow the rook trade. Queen e2.
Yeah.
Maybe move your king to h2, but whatever you do, don't allow rook d1 check.
For those watching, Danya's speaking grandmaster knowledge there. A rook ending is much easier to hold than a queen ending with an outside pass pawn here. So if you had to make a trade, you want to trade the queens here, not the rooks.
3 seconds for Magnus. He's making moves with 1 second left. He's trying to get a rook to the second rank, and he just did. I don't see it. Rook takes c6, rook d1. What a trap.
Oot.
Here comes
rook
the pawn,
takes c6,
Danny.
rook d1 threatening me. Look at Magnus.
Oh my gosh, he's making progress.
Easy.
He's just going to push it to c3.
Oh, he allowed rook d1. h1 was mate.
c3 is over. Rook d2 coming.
Here comes rook
d2. That's it.
Magnus.
Goodbye.
Magnus doing what he does better than anybody in the world, which is convert on these small advantages. You know, I was having a combo with Robert Hess in the car on the way back from the airport yesterday. Fun fact, Robert is in town. He'll be hosting tomorrow's SCC with Danya from this chair. And we were ranking Hikaru and Magnus skills, Danya. We were talking about Hikaru's skills of defending and persevering in those resourcefully kind of bad positions. You put it 99 out of 100. And then we said Magnus at converting small advantages is probably 99.99 out of 100, right? He does it better than anybody in history. And right there, it doesn't matter that it was maybe equal. He just finds a way to convert those positions. It's so tough to hold.
And that's why anytime you have these long-term advantages, he's up a pawn in a middle game, you're kind of screwed because you can defend perfectly for 30 moves, which Fabi did. He's going to get you down on the clock, and then he's going to find some arrangement of pieces to trick you every single time. He does it in classical chess, and he's adapted himself perfectly to blitz. I mean, he's carried over that skill from classical to blitz, which is just so impressive to me.
Yeah. All right, well, back to another theoretical battle. Note that, are you okay?
Sorry about that. I muted myself, but...
You didn't. We heard every minute.
You heard that cough. I apologize.
We heard that cough.
It was a bad coffee swallow. I know the expression in Russian you say, I swallowed down the wrong throat. But I don't know the equivalent. It's like when you have a bad... Down the wrong tube. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Anyway, note that Magnus didn't go back for the classical to the classical Nimzo, which means I think he liked Fabi's position there. If you're just tuning in, game one was an interesting classical Nimzo where Fabi went for it with black and frankly had a very good position before time pressure, and then Magnus kind of squeezed one out. But here Magnus avoids the mainline Nimzo. Instead, we are in a Catalan. It's just always interesting to note who varied first, right? We had a Nimzo starting, and Magnus said, I don't want another classical Nimzo. So just always making little notes about how they're shuffling.
Yeah, this is such a popular line, popular structure. And to be completely honest with you, Danny, I'm a little bit skeptical of Fabi's opening choice here, because in this line, you're basically playing for two results. I mean, black has a lot of activity on the queen side, but Magnus just loves these positions where he's up a pawn, and he can squeeze a small advantage for 30, 40 moves. So Fabi better be super accurate here with his king queen side activity, or we're gonna get a repeat of the last game.
Yep.
Ooh,
Little advantages converted by Magnus.
what a
Repeat.
move!
Wait,
Sorry,
what are you
Danny.
doing
Go
with
ahead.
that? No, you. Wait, if takes the G2 bishop falls. How
But
does
queen takes b4.
and there's a rook hanging on? Okay, analysis board, please.
No. Bishop takes g5, immediately queen takes b4.
Oh, queen takes b4 immediately. Okay. For kids who don't chess good but highlight good, let me show you. Takes. There's a few kids in the chat who don't chess as good as others, but they do love learning visually. I'm your man. You're welcome, chat. And note that if you take here first, white can even take here with tempo, and then you got problems. So actually, turns out Danya was right. Bishop g5 checks out. We get take. Black keeps the bishop pair, but note white's still up a pawn. And if we get a single knight versus bishop minor piece dynamic, that's a winnable endgame for white on one side of the board.
It most certainly is, and Fabi playing this so well. He's just taking it to Magnus. Queen e4 and e5. He had to find those moves. Now the queen on b4 is, or the pawn on d4 is pinned. Rook d1, takes, rook d8, and I think he's winning the pawn back. And the moment he does, you can basically agree to a draw. Maybe f3 should be tried here by Magnus, but that's a risky move. Then you're playing for 3 results.
Yep.
But maybe it should be tried.
Ooh, f3. Kick that queen out, free up my ability to trade on e5. As you said, you definitely don't want black to take on d4. Even if you're not winning the pawn, that isolates the pawn, and probably black picks it up later. So the queen's going to move. That's going to unpin the pawn, which means white is going to take on e5, I'm imagining.
Obviously, a queen trade would be ideal here for white.
I was going to say the other move was queen b1, but okay, he does it now. I like that.
Good call.
Queen b1.
Yeah,
one
practically.
One difference we got to know from the last game is it's a small advantage again for Magnus. He does it better than anyone, but Fabi up a minute on the clock almost, and that's a big change. Fabi has sped up.
He sped up. He has plenty of time to defend this, but I would totally ignore the eval bar here. This is exactly the kind of position Magnus excels in. Like I said, he's up a pawn, and the compensation is pretty clear. White's king is weak. The second rank is weak. Fabi's going to deploy his rook to b8 or c8 on the next move, or maybe even d8. But, Magnus can torture this out for an indefinite period of time, and he's going to try to push his pawns in the right way and, get the queens off the board. But Fabi should totally hold this.
And we talked about that. I'll just add a little more context. The reason why we said the knight versus bishop dynamic is more winnable than, let's say, bishop versus bishop is the knight thrives when everything is on one side of the board. It gets to switch colors. Okay, thanks, Captain Obvious, but it's super important. The knight can poke and prod and then go to a different color. And so the knights, in time pressure especially, thrive in these games. So this is not nearly as easy as the eval bar is saying it is. And if you had a bishop versus bishop, I'd be calling this game as a draw, and he's just using time. But knight versus bishop, white is legitimately playing for a win here.
Yeah, and h5 from Fabi as he tries to drum up some concrete play against white's king. He wants that pawn on h3 to create the long-term precedent of mate threats. I love the move h5, and big question for Magnus, does he push e5 and then play queen e4, or will he bite off more than he can chew? No,
I think he does. There's also even, he goes queen e4 right away. I thought if queen f5 induced g6, then you come back and there's more threats of e6. Okay, he goes queen e4 right away.
Okay, Fabi occupies the open file. Sensible move.
Sensible.
Yes. Whoa.
Yes.
And then knight e3, you could try to activate the knight, Danny, but then the rook infiltrates d2. And then you start sweating, because then, you know, it becomes a 3-result game once again.
I was going to say, the one thing going for black here is exactly what you said. This second rank is not something that you can turn your back on.
Yep. Magnus
this
thinking.
Rook is, he's thinking, and he's down more than a minute on the clock. So Fabi holding his own, sticking in it.
Well, given that he's up 2-0, I think Magnus is going to err on the side of caution.
Yep.
Or not, as he pushes f5. He just feels invincible right now.
I was distracted by the chat comment that said if I had Magnus's hair, I'd be unbeatable. I agree. Sorry. So, no, he's not sitting tight. He has f6 coming, e6 coming. By the way, queen e2 now. Okay, he's going to check and then go to f3 with Tempe. if the king goes to h7.
I thought he
his
might try to go
idea.
f6 on the next move, but then actually Fabi can take twice on f6. Notice the knight on g2 is
Ah.
blocking the king's Luft square.
Yep, take, bishop take, shake and bake, rook takes. You've got rook to d1, game over,
Yep.
so you got to be careful. I think he'll play queen f3.
Agreed. And then
Although
Fabi should take on e5.
I was going to say, does he just exchange e for h? And actually, that's a favorable exchange for black for sure.
Oh, 100%. Because then
Yeah.
even if the queens are off the board, God forbid, that is a lot more drawable for
Mhm.
black. So queen f3 is kind of an admission that, yeah, my winning chances are super limited. But otherwise, again, white might risk losing. Maybe e6 can be considered here.
Yeah. And if you're the defender in these positions, everyone, you want to trade pawns. And the more you trade pawns equally, assuming nothing else bad happens along with those exchanges, in theory, you're getting closer and closer to an endgame you can hold. Okay, e6, as you said, what's the main point? Obviously, you don't want to take. But what else
Why
are you
not?
supposed to do? I guess you
No,
have to.
I think you have to take. And I was thinking maybe white wants some queen e8, queen takes h5 shenanigans. But again, the threat of the back ring check persists even if the queens are off the board. So I just think Magnus is going to recapture and try to use the e6 pawn as a decoy and go after that h5 pawn. And black is starting to suddenly experience problems for the first time in this middle game with his own king.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, and
let's
this
see
is
how
why I
Fabi
said you
handles
don't want to
this.
take because of this idea. Also, the F file
Yeah.
feels super dangerous. Okay, now Fabi's
Whoa.
all in. This is kind of instructive in that he's playing active defense. He knows he can't just sit tight. He's got to create counterplay.
He's played active defense for the duration of this defensive task. And it's been great. H4, another good move. He's just trying to get all the pawns off the board.
Yep.
And H3 is very tempting, but the knight jumps into F4, and suddenly things get dicey there. You could lose that H3 pawn.
Note how key the queen is defensively, guarding both H5 and F5 here. Massive.
This is still very difficult for black, but Magnus down below 20 seconds.
Bobby correctly managing his time here. We always talk about the difference between taking your time and managing your time. He had an edge on the clock. That was a big decision. And look, the eval bar agrees with him. He made the right one with HG, not H3. And he took a few seconds to make sure he made the appropriate and critical pawn decision.
And he's whittled the pawn count down to a 2 versus 1. Obviously, if he wins e6, it's just an insta draw. Actually, then the bishop might be stronger than the knight. So maybe it's time for queen f5 check, which is not quite a draw for white. Could still squeeze for a couple moves there, but Fabi's going to hold that. And Magnus making the prudent decision.
The rook can come behind the pawn. You get king here and bishop f6. This should be holdable now.
Well, rook e4, knight f4, bishop d6 might be just a forced draw because you lose e6, I think.
Yeah, straightforward. Bishop d6. Fabi finds it.
Yeah,
He's going to make the exchange. We have a draw. Magnus is going to play it out. Now, as far as the meta strategy goes, because of the match format with the time ticking down, and because Magnus believes he's the better player with faster time controls, everyone, don't be surprised if you see a lot of games like that, where they don't just extend, Nietzsche, right? No draw offer here, Danya. Let's play this thing out to just kings. And I think that's important. I think remembering that the clock dynamic is equatable to ball control, right? In the NFL or the shot clock in the NBA. If you have a lead, milking a little bit of that clock, some patience is part of what makes the SCC format unique. And anyway, so don't be surprised if you see Magnus play a lot of games out.
And some people get annoyed when games are extended. We saw that in Hikaru's match yesterday. He was literally, sitting out the rest of his time when it was made in one. So you could look at that negatively, or you could choose to look at it positively and say, hey, this is an interesting added wrinkle. The gamesmanship, the match strategy is kind of interesting to me to see how the players think about it. It's just an added element of complexity, which is why we love matches, because it's not just about the chess games. It's also, as you said, about the meta strategy. And speaking of meta strategy, Bobby already switching to 1d4, and we've got a super complicated Nimzo-Indian structure here.
Yeah, the Zamish variation, right? He plays a3. This is a very direct, forcing way to just, your opponent develops in a Nimzo, and you say, all right, I'm going to make you give me up the bishop. Give me up, giddy up.
Give me up that bishop.
Give me up that bishop, man. Tell you what. Anyway,
I don't know from South Carolina here.
I don't know what we're doing right now, but the knight comes to h3 to deal with the threat of queen h4. But this is, again, this is theory, right? These guys are not shying away from prep, and you'll note that I think comparable to other matches where you're getting, B3s on move ones or just anything to make it kind of a unique game with no prep. This is the opposite kind of match we're going to have today.
Yeah, we called it. I mean, they're playing principal chess every game, whether it's E4 or D4. They're going for all of the hot stuff.
Yep.
Donna Summer's pretty happy about that. But okay, this kind of structure has gotten super popular again after years of dormancy. Like, people weren't playing the same-ish for a while, and suddenly they're playing it again. And I think it's because computers have breathed new life into White's kingside play in these positions. Black has this very classic idea, Danny: B6, bishop A6, knight A5, and you go after the C4 pawn. But White's got a lot of action on the king side. You could play G4, you can push E4. I'm always skeptical about White's position here because I feel like there are a lot of weaknesses. But for a dynamic player like Fabi, it fits him like a glove.
Yep. No, you highlighted it well. And again, the forced variations of the Zamish, which are defined by the move 5A3, were not as popular because this positional edge seemed like something that will inevitably favor Black in the long term. And as Danya just said, he kind of likes Black too. There's also Rook C8 to come. So really, you could just say the doubled C-pawns are doomed. That's not the question. The question is what you see on the board right now. What will White get in exchange for the positional catastrophe of a queen side with the bishop pair on the king side? So note that Magnus is going to do everything he can to keep the game closed, not let the bishops break free on the king side, and hopes to long-term focus on these positional weaknesses.
I love these types of games because it's so easy to observe what the battle revolves around. White's trying to open up the king side, get something going there, and Black just keeping everything closed. And it's a matter of time before Magnus goes B6 and bishop A6 and starts to wind his tentacles around that very weak queenside pawn mass. So the ball is very much in Fabi's court. And here we go, E5.
And this is what the computers have changed about our... This is what the computers have changed, Don. You mentioned that, just to highlight it. The computers have shown us that this position, just look at the eval bar. Currently, White has double pawns, an awkward structure, and is down a pawn, but the computers understand that there's a lot of dynamic potential here. There's moves. You even can take this. Forget what the eval bar says. If you get queen E2, rook D1, you've got ideas here. And yes, Black is going to be positionally winning, but the computers have shown these positions are a lot trickier than we think.
Yeah, and chess history as a whole, not to get too deep into the tangent, but it can be divided into these eras where sometimes positional thinking dominates and sometimes it's the opposite. And right now, with the advent of AlphaZero and Leela and all these engines that are super dynamic, it's a tactical era. Like all these tactical lines are super popular again. Nepo's playing the King's Gambit, the Zamish variation. We're getting a lot of Sicilians again. And it's a super interesting time to follow high-level chess because, players are back to a romantic style, but a 2022 romantic style, of course.
Yep. Agree totally. No, it's funny. The computers in the early 2000s were marching down the street. We were announcing the death of the game, and Fisher Random was not just a question of whether we like it. It was a matter of when. The game, you could argue, is more dynamic now than it was 20 years ago because of what we've seen. And I love A4. It just shows that this position is like pawns only a mother could love, ugly ducklings, but you can't take it without the dark squares getting loose. It's just weird AF. It's weird as Fabi.
Aaron Nimzovich, Capablanca would have a hard. I mean, he would just look at this position and say, "Where has the world gone? We are degenerates."
Yes.
If this is what chess looks like in 2022, Irish pawns on the queen side, Black's got doubled pawns. It's a catastrophe for both sides. Now, you can't take C5 because of bishop A3. So believe it or not, the queenside pawns are actually quite safe. I like White's position.
Me too.
But the eval bar disagrees.
No, I like White's position too. The pawns are not only safe tactically, but they're also potentially an advantage because by definition, when you have double pawns, you have an open file because they came from somewhere, right? And so you see that White will have potential here, despite the eval bar giving a slight edge. That's an evil engine slight edge. Pay attention to the human tactics here, especially in blitz, and note that Magnus clearly taking time, which is not something he does unless he knows he needs to figure things out. So I love what you said about the positional chess era, right? Zurich International 1953 by David Braunstein. You'll see some incredible Nimzo Indian games back when the Zamish was super popular. for white for the other reasons before it became like, oh, black is positionally outplaying you. So check out that book if you're looking for some really interesting ways to improve your positional understanding.
Great recommendation. It was one of my prized possessions, so much so that I had this book cover for my grandparents, and I put that book cover on that book. I mean, it's just such penetrating annotations. And here we go, knight d6 followed by b6, undermining the knight. But as you're pointing out, here comes the bishop, but then bc.
But you can take first and then take.
And then bishop a3 and bishop a g6. Also, don't forget about that strike.
Dear gosh, these are the bishops that make Aaron Nimzovich and Capablanca wrong, with their positional bias. Like, it's about to just get freaky here, right? You're going to take, the bishop comes, this bishop comes. White is winning the exchange here. The question will be, will Fabi want to take it? Because, okay, unless black has 97, which, I would rather give up the rook. Okay, here goes Magnus. He's
something. Yeah. Just open it up. And his idea specifically is bishop takes e4, knight takes e4. And if bishop takes f8, he might have a check on g3. And I mean, he's hanging by a thread. But if you're Fabi, you might just want to take the knight on e4 and make the practical call, and then play something like c5 to undouble your pawns. Rook fe1. I mean, lots of items on the menu here for white.
Let's bring up the analysis board when we get a second, because I want to show Danya's knight g3 check. I think you were not only right, Danya. I think that was incredibly critical for Fabi to see that idea. That was like, I wanted to tell you to shush your mouth when you're talking to me, because look at Danya shushing his mouth. Look at this potential trap Magnus just laid, and suddenly, boom. I was calculating that in my head as you said it, and I was like, it's not just the practical decision. Magnus, being Magnus, had set up a really freaky, forky-looking trap. That freaky, forky-looking guy, Look at that.
I love the way Magnus is handling the defensive task. And just like Fabi defended actively in the previous game, here Magnus is doing the same thing. He says, hey, I'm losing all my pawns. I get it. Let me create some counterplay against white's king. Here comes the other rook to d2. This is terrifying for Fabi, even if he's winning objectively, because all of black's pieces are in the attack. Knight to d3 is a smothered mate threat. Oh my gosh.
Sorry. I was like, I didn't have a response. So there's also queen coming out here, and
Man.
At some point knight takes f3 threats, right? Because you're getting shellacked over here on the second rank. This is wild. Fabi sees knight d3, wants to put the bishop on d4. I don't not like it.
Well, knight d3, there's also this weird move, rook b8, kind of forcing the tactical queen trade. But even in the endgame, your pawn on g2 is under serious fire. So, apparently knight d3 wasn't the move.
I think you have to go rook b8 now.
You could play... Where can you go? You can play queen c7. And actually, that might be the fearless way to continue. But hey, I don't want to have anything to do with that line. I mean, if I'm either color.
Queen to c7 not only guards the bishop, who, by the way, guards checkmate, it keeps the threat of rook to b8 alive. And by the way, you got a second rank. I've got a 7th rank, Danya. Queen c7, if he's... Okay, he does, and he goes to that. I think you were right. I think queen c7 was probably the best engine move. g2 will fall now.
It's going to fall, but if you're... Knight h3 might be an even better way to do it. I think knight h3, white will play rook to e7, but then you can just take the rook. After knight h3, black might be in the driver's seat.
Look at that move. Knight h... Oh, he misses it. Knight h3, if takes, it was mate. Oh, and if you took and the king took, it was mate. By the way, knight h3 was freaking crazy for Magnus.
He's gone knight d3. He's gone the other way. Where is he going? I think knight e1 and knight takes f3 maybe. He also wants to push the e-pawn and obviously dislodge the bishop from this diagonal. It's anybody's game. Let's watch.
Magnus switches to the a-pawn. He's now a little worried. Time ticking away for both players.
Draw. They think draw. You can take all pawns. He's down 3 pawns, and I think it's going to be a draw.
Talk about some bad pawns coming back to bite you in a Nimzo. Look at this. God. The storyline of the Nimzo proves correct. You have 3 extra pawns, and they suck. Sorry, can I say that? They suck?
No, they suck, and he's not even taking them quickly. He's taking them at his leisure.
Yeah, this is hilarious.
Just going back to c2 and saying you can't move the rook on c1.
Okay, it's going to be a draw. Fabi not going to convert this one. And as I said, I think you're going to see Magnus play a lot of games out. Fabi just sitting tight, saying, look, man, this is over. But, okay, There's no way to lose this king and pawn ending.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be a little careful, but with Magnus, you can lose any endgame.
That's fair. That's fair.
2 games that basically end in Bear Kings. I love it.
Yeah, and again, as we said, I think that Magnus wants faster time controls. I think right now he wants a break. We see him scooting back his chair. He's aware that we've reached the halfway point in the 5+1 segment. He is protecting a 2-game lead. That scoreboard will be updated in just a second. It is currently 3-1 in favor of the world champion after that draw. And we're going to take a break. Let's show everybody where we sit in terms of the score as we get set to head into the back half of the 5+1 segment. We see Magnus again, even in that game where he was in trouble, Danya, holding on and making it difficult for Fabi to convert the dub.
Yeah, it almost seems to me in the early going that Magnus is controlling all of these games even when he's worse. And
yeah,
that's a very alarming feeling that like one of the players is always in the driver's seat despite the objective evaluation. And that is what it's felt like. It just seems like Fabi is just a little bit less sharp, just a little bit less acute in these time pressure situations. And it's only a 2-point deficit. The last 2 games have been encouraging for Fabiano. I mean, they could have gone either way, and he just has to keep making it complex and keep trying to outwit Carlsen in these super principled openings.
I agree. And I think even if Magnus has been in control, I don't think Fabi has come with a passive mindset. He was playing really aggressively with Black in game 1. That game was this close to going the other way, but as we said, the credit goes to the world champion for even when he has that sense like Hikaru does. The game is slipping, and he made it spicy to make it really hard for his opponent to convert, and that's what the best ones do. They don't just lay over and take it, right? They make it really tricky, and that's why they're hard to beat. So, all right, we're going to be hard to beat today. I got a feeling this commentary duo, I don't know what's going to happen with our relationship by the end of the day, but I'm open to it. I'm dangerously open about where our relationship is going. We're gonna take a quick break for the SCC. Don't go anywhere. Danya and I will be right back.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
We are back now for the quarterfinal matchup in the 2022 Speed Chess Championship, taking a look at Fabiano Caruana, currently down 3-1 in his match versus the world champion Magnus Carlsen. By the way, sporting that Botez swag. Shout out to the Botez sisters and their new merch line. Did you know that, Danya? They sending you a hoodie to wear?
They sent me 2 hoodies and a board, and I texted Andrea. I literally did not wear anything else for 2 weeks, and I have a lot of sweatshirts, so there's a lot of competition. It's entered my regular rotation. Fantastic quality, so comfortable.
Yep, Botez sisters expanding in the merch. We saw there some quick stats on the American Fabiano Caruana. Precision indeed, I would say, is his skill set. It's hard when you're going against Magnus Carlsen, who is very similar to Fabiano in a lot of ways, maybe just a little bit better. And sometimes that's harder to play someone than who is stylistically very different. Magnus and Fabi, very similar in styles. Magnus just has an edge in a lot of those areas, and that's why this matchup tends to go the world champion's way.
Well, people love to ask what separates Carlsen from the rest of the Super GMs. And we see here that there's no easy answer. It's a combination of very small things taken together. A little better in time pressure, a little better in the opening, a little better in tactics, a little better at calculations, all those minor things, but taken together, they produce an absolute monster. Okay, next game underway, and we have yet another opening, a Petrov, essayed by Mr. Caruana. Okay.
You were saying the advantages taken together by Magnus separate him. It's the little things. When these two guys get together, we see this opening a lot, or at least we did in the 2018 World Chess Championship a few times. The Petrov, of course, a pet line for Fabiano Caruana, an opening he is very much one of the world's leading experts in.
Yeah, and we're going down one of the main lines. White usually plays c4 in these types of positions, although recently we've seen a lot of players going for knight c3 or knight bd2 and basically playing it without c4.
Yeah. And Magnus taking his time, not because he doesn't know the line, but he respects Fabi's prep in this position as black and wants to make sure he remembers all his theory before he blitzes it out. Commits to the knight bd2 variation. Again, this position has been played many times. Just opening book it up. Take a look at it.
Yeah, and the other reason you take your time in the Petrov is because it's like, you know, the road system in Atlanta. You have freeway interchanges with 7 different directions, and they all look very similar. Yeah. And in the Petrov, you've got like 3 or 4 different lines where the pawns are on d4 and d5, but all of them are a little bit different, and you're supposed to play all of them differently. So even the top players get confused. The Italian is exactly the same way. And I like the way Carlsen is arranging his minor pieces in the early going here.
Agreed. And this is an interesting maneuver. The knight to come to f1 and e3 to gain a tempo before white commits to castling is one of those many complicated intertwining freeways that looks similar but is actually very different. The knight on e3 prepares to play c4 in some more aggressive fashions often because it's hitting the d5 pawn so that queen to b3 can come. And you're building pressure, exposing the absence of this light square bishop. And again, sounds obvious, but the knight actually doesn't have another square where it can put pressure on d5 because if it goes to c3, you'll get exchanges. So this maneuver it seems subtle, everyone, but the footwork is very high level with these two heavyweights.
And Carlsen taking his time now, deciding between c4, which he's just played. The other candidate move was knight f3 to e5, aiming for the bishop pair. But again, Carlsen taking the more ambitious route, which has been a theme thus far in the match, just never shying away from positional risk and complications, Danny. I love it.
Yeah. Willing to isolate the queen pawn, willing to IQP it up. Note, of course, Fabi took right away because we didn't want to see the lines I was talking about with queen b3. White has a little bit of an edge here.
White is an edge because his pieces are much more active. Another way in which our understanding of the game has changed. Modern computers often give white an edge despite the fact that he's got an IQP and black controls the square in front of it. Deep Fritz would probably say that this is slightly better for black, but Stockfish 15 always prioritizes piece activity and tactical potential over a static factor because the d4 pawn is not really a weakness. It's actually very well defended by the knight on f3.
Love that throwback to the Deep Fritz reference. Deep Fritz was one of the first computers to win a match versus a top human. Of course, everyone remembers Deep Blue versus Garry Kasparov in the 90s, but Fritz started playing matches and beating the world's best humans, but even so, the eval of a Deep Fritz computer, the approach of a Deep Fritz computer wouldn't even hold a glass of water against Stockfish today. Yeah. They're not even in the same universe.
They're not. And look at Carlsen just deploying his pieces one after the other. The queen comes out to its traditional b3 square. You're doing two things, aiming at b7. And now knight c to e5 is very tempting to attack f7. But I think Fabi has prepared queen d5, which is really a buzzkill kind of a move. And a queen trade plays, of course, right into black's hands.
Look at knight a5, moving the knight.
Whoa.
Similarly, in that it opens up the queen, but it hits b7. And note the distraction. If the queen defends it, guess who else comes to e5? I got two pawns.
Mr. F3 knight.
That's right. We got two knights are better than one. This is just some good old-fashioned family fun here, right? PG rated, so stick with us all day.
Knight e5, knight ft5. There's even bishop f4 there. The thing is, if white's play evaporates, again, statically, positionally, black is better. So Fabi is just a couple moves away from solving his tactical problems. Yep. And Carlsen has to tread very carefully as well. Let's not pretend that this is a one-sided position. Magnus might be having the fun right now, but give it 5 moves and the tables might turn.
I love how you highlighted that because it's kind of like the Nimzo reverse structure or at least storyline from what we were saying last game. Yes, white has the dynamic pressure now like Fabi did with the bishops in the last game, but there's a reason Deep Fritz used to favor black because this is a weakness. It's not going anywhere. And so if I can just beat back the lions, I'm going to be better if I'm Fabiano.
And he is beating back the enemies at the door. I think if he plays knight f to d5 or even rook a to d8, Carlsen was preparing bishop f4 with his last move.
Wait, what? Oh, you couldn't take with the knight because rook b8 pinned the knight. That was a discovered attack. Very nice.
Pretty.
Okay, so knight b to d5 gets away with it. There was no b7 pawn. They played him very quickly. Note the speed from Mr. Caruana.
Yeah, no, this is great. He's playing confidently. He's playing very carefully. He's incorporating these 2-3 move tactics into his play, like the last move, knight b to d5, seeing that b7 cannot be captured by either piece. And he's doing great.
He's going to take with the pawn. I think he's going to take with the pawn. Ooh, he does, and I like it. Ooh,
does.
Mufasa. Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Bringing back an old throwback. I didn't forget that.
An old throwback? It was last week, Donnie. I know you host a million shows a week, but, you know,
it's like an eternity ago. Rookie 88. I think Fabi's better.
I love Fabi's position. I said Mufasa, not Magnus, for that reason. Ooh, G takes f6 was nice. But seriously, one double pawn for another. But this one holds the e5 square, ensures that white will be in a defensive spot with the d pawn. And this is looking better and better for Caruana.
Yeah, but how do you make progress? If we take the devil's advocate approach here, the pawn on d4 still very well protected. And you need to find a way to involve your bishop. The ideal square for the bishop is f6. But to do that, you'll need
b6. Okay, sir.
Yeah, or that. But both squares are basically inaccessible. So Caruana actually changes the structure and says, I don't care about the d pawn. Give me the d file for my rooks.
I like it. Give me Iguodala, baby. Look at that. He exchanges the d pawn for activity. Not something again, Nimzovich would be rolling over in his grave. He would have played this thing, tried to milk the positional edge forever. But this is the dynamic approach, again, we see from modern players. The rooks have the f-file. The rooks have the second rank. This diagonal also open. So notice the engine like black. The engine's like black because a very, very timely opening of the position for Caruana, and the pieces are better.
And you're not going to beat Carlsen every time in a position like this, but Caruana keeps giving himself chances. He's now had 3 of these positions in a row, and the first 2 games ended in a draw. Can he pull one out here with Carlsen also quite low on the clock? And can Fabi just keep the tension long enough to get Carlsen under 30 seconds?
Up on the clock, another pretty good position for Fabi. He has yet to get a victory in this match. If you're just tuning in, that 3-1 score came via 2 draws and 2 victories for the world champion. So Fabi needs to strike and get a dub to show he can do it.
But I like the way Magnus is defending, just kind of making these short-range moves and keeping all the bases covered. He could play queen e4 here and offer a queen trade. I don't know. if Fabi's creating enough chances here.
I not know. Sorry.
No comment.
I not know.
Mufasa. No, that was misplaced. That's not where you're supposed to. You're supposed to say it after like an impressive move, or after we show a pretty line.
Yeah. All right. Takes on e4. Black is going to be a teensy-weensy better because just like we said, the knight is better when pawns are on one side of the board. The bishop is better when there's weaknesses on either side. If you could just put a rook on the second rank, you'd have great chances if you're Fabi. But Magnus is saying, not in my house. Thank you, Dikembe Mutombo. Not in my house.
And the unsung hero of the defensive effort has been the knight on f3.
Yeah.
It's defended the d4 pawn like a champ, and now it's defending the d2 square, and it hasn't moved the entire time. It's been stationary, and it's an amazing piece.
Here comes rook d3. If the rooks are traded, the black rook will have some opportunities to swing to the queen side. You've got rook b3, rook b4. You know, you're trying to inchworm your way, so Magnus isn't going to let that happen, relying on that knight flexing his muscles, guarding d2.
But rook d1, Fabi continuing to poke and prod, trying to get his rook to the second rank, and he's going to maybe go rook to b1 and tie white's rook down to b3. There's plenty of juice to be squeezed in this position. I would go rook b1 right now.
I was going to say, yeah, that seems like an awkward move. I love rook b1. Now you can't stop rook b2 because the b pawn hangs. So obviously I'm not one to criticize Magnus's moves very often. I'm wondering why he chose b3, but clearly the eval bar says, nah, he's doing it right.
And that b3 pawn is problematic. If he plays rook c2, then Fabi will go rook d3 and tie him down further. So Carlsen trying to find a different spot for his knight, maybe get it around to f4, but rook d2 is now possible, and he's played it.
Yep. This is what I was nervous about. The rook will hit on b2 at some point, really keeping everybody stuck. And then the only question is there a way to make progress? This knight was a stallion on f3, seeing the featured chat, more of a donkey now on h3, not where he wants to be. He's going to take. But here goes Caruana getting a bit of an advantage.
And he's going to have some mate threats after rook b2. Bishop g1 has to be kept into account, although knight f3 defends pretty nicely. The problem is that with every pawn trade, white's drawing chances grow. Maybe it's time for king f6. You know,
I was just going to say, where does that knight go?
f3. And the rook has d3 in the event of bishop b4. So Carlsen holding the fort for now.
Look at this. He says he doesn't believe in fortresses, and then he goes and sets up one. That darn dirty dog, Magnus. This looks like a pretty good fortress to me.
Keep poking and prodding if you're Caruana. Rook e2, maybe rook e3. A rook trade is not out of the question given the disparity in king placement, but more pawn trades on the horizon.
Is he going to play f4? F4 says Fabi's playing for a win. No, he's taking there. This is going to be a draw now.
He ain't getting past d5 with his king. I mean, that rook on d3 is such an annoying piece. Yeah. This is now easy.
The setup is picture perfect with the rook guarding the knight, the rook guarding the pawn, the knight now guarding the pawn. Like everything is just being held perfectly on the light squares. The bishop feeling more and more empty with its inability to target anything.
And another
Magnus is Magnus okay.
Is Magnus playing
mutual time pressure? Am I about to have one of those? Okay, no, he's offering a draw with this, I think. But I was going to say, was Magnus about to flip the script here and try to play for a win?
We saw this yesterday with Hikaru, and you're not. It's not an absurd question to ask. The answer is actually usually yes.
Yeah.
And if the match is tied, then Carlsen would be, playing another two minutes. And a little head shake there from Fabi. He's getting kind of progressively more frustrated. A lot of chances here. Nothing concrete. He was never totally winning. He wasn't winning in the last game. But, with every one of these missed opportunities, Danny, you get more frustrated because how many times are you going to get good positions like this against Carlsen?
Exactly. And you can lose a match, not just by losing games, but by missing your opportunities to win, right? Because at a certain point, it catches up with you against another fellow best player in the world. You can't always be better in a middle game or out of the opening. So you got to convert on those opportunities. And it's hard when Magnus just seems to always get off the hook,
And it almost seems like he's not even close to losing. I mentioned this in the last game. It's not just that he defends, but it's almost as though he's worse conceptually, but if you actually look at the arc of the game, it doesn't seem like he's concerned at all. It doesn't seem like he's anywhere near losing these games, no matter what he has on the clock.
Yeah,
it's crazy. We take it for granted how accurate of a defender he is, but he's revolutionized the art of defending slightly worse positions.
And look at him grabbing a pillow there to keep his arms comfy. Everyone loves a good whoopee.
And a sip of Escalating.
Same reason I like to keep my Beth Harmon wig close, just in case I ever get lonely.
Wow. Aw, that's so cute.
Okay, I'll put it over here.
Adorable. You're making me melt.
All right, another isolated queen pawn potentially on the board here when the tension between the d4 and c5 pawns break. Staring contest right now. And ultimately, Fabi blinks first, says, I will trade in order to try to get the bishop here, move the knight, and play against the IQP. But note, Magnus loving himself some IQP structures against Fabi today.
Yeah, he's going for them with both colors, and I've analyzed these structures pretty extensively. And black, again, another example of a position which in 1960 would have been evaluated as a clear advantage for white. I mean, knight c3 to e2 to d4. That's the textbook approach, but black's got a lot of juice on the queens, actually both sides of the board. You can get the bishops off the board and then try to put a knight on b4. I mean, it's equal objectively. I think maybe only a tiny advantage for white.
Yeah. And again, we see Magnus willing to play these positions, especially now that he's got that 2-game lead. He's not going to blink as far as playing positions that are, just about equal and I can hold. I think that every game that goes by, we get closer to faster time controls where Magnus, I think, feels that his advantage should only grow. We'll see if Fabi can surprise the world and change that storyline. Remember, he was losing to Iragaisi and ultimately completed a comeback there, Fabiano. And so, I don't think he's saying that he has no chance in the faster portions.
I mean, Fabi played amazingly in the bullet segment, so I really can't wait for the bullet. And Fabi definitely doesn't mind a 1 or 2 point match going into the bullet. So Carlsen is trying to strike a balance between playing solid chess. He doesn't mind a couple draws here and there. But at some point, he's going to want to try to make a push to extend this lead to 4 or 5 points going into the bullet.
We said this was going to be an epic match. Of course, whenever these two guys get together, you got to remember 2018. But the chess, I know it's a little different than maybe wild scrambles we've seen in the games. This has been maybe the most high-level SCC chess as far as prep goes we've seen in any match. Like this is some high-level, neither player wanting to budge or take too many risks in these very, very closely contested positional games.
The quality of play has been fantastic. Another thing that we shouldn't take for granted, the lack of blunders, the lack of swings of the evaluation bar in all of these games. It stayed amazingly stable, even in time scrambles. I mean, both players really putting everything out on the table. And Carlsen has definitely improved his level of play as compared to the Gukesh match, just considering the objective quality of his moves here. But Fabi, again, with an edge in the endgame. I mean, this is not fun for black.
We'll see if he can push on both sides of the board. He's had Magnus up against the ropes a few times. These boxing references that I normally make in my commentary now feel even more kind of appropriate given what happened this weekend. Highest ever viewed stream on Ludwig's channel. One of the highest ever on YouTube if you missed the chess boxing affair. Where were you? But yeah, he's got him on the ropes. Will he deliver a blow is the question, right? It's hard because Magnus knows how to defend.
Well, I think the ref might have to step in and declare
Don't
a
step
winner.
in too much because then you change the result of a match.
Black looks kind of woozy. He's kind of stumbling around. I think it's time to end the match.
All right. Well, this is going to be a. Oh, he plays e4. I was going to say this is going to be a long, drawn-out kind of maneuvering affair.
I don't like.
I think
that
he
move
missed
at
king
all.
e5.
King e5,
Wait.
king e3.
And then there's f4 check coming.
But this move smells. Then d takes e4, and then knight d5 check. I don't get it at all. King e5, king e3. We can pull up an analysis board, but I mean, he probably is going to play these moves in short order.
I think that's what he missed. If we look at the analysis, I think it was king e5, king e3, takes, knight d5. Yeah, the engine agrees with that line, and that's Magnus takes right away, and then king e5 at the risk of putting this bishop on a nice diagonal. But even so, I don't think Fabi took the right approach there. Just checking on the body language of the players, doing what Fabi says not to do, read too much into their facial expressions.
I mean, I'm also puzzled by the move order in the way that Magnus is playing this, but I get it, because now if the knight moves away from d4, there is still knight d5, and guess what? White's king is just too far away from the action. You could end up losing your queenside pawns, and Fabi cannot afford to lose this game. I mean, this will be a crying shame if he loses a game in which, I mean, he was playing with zero risk, just a millisecond to go.
Yep. It's very un-Fabi-istic to play a move, I think, like e4 here, instead of keeping the grind, trying to remaneuver and poke and prod. I'm not saying he's going to win, but this move e4, going for the forcing lines where black has some obvious tempo moves to grab control over the center with his king.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the match score and the desire he feels to get a dub catching up with him.
And it's an overestimation of the role that the b7 pawn is playing. I think that's what really attracted Fabi to this move. He thought, oh, knight b3, knight c5. Hey, I'm going after the c pawn, but he underestimated the role of king activity in this position and the power of the move knight to d5. b4 is just as weak, if not weaker, than b7.
Was just highlighting that the b4 pawn is a problem, and if you go for variations where you have to take, well, now this king, you can get knight c5. I'll defend the pawn, and who's going to win over here? Active kings will be the deciding factor in otherwise equal endgames.
Also, bishop takes g4 is kind of in the mix in certain positions.
Oh,
so
I didn't even see that. Look
I
at
didn't
you.
either.
That coffee's finally kicking in, huh?
At last. And actually, you could play it now and get an extra pawn.
Bishop g4,
It might be the best move.
Bishop h5.
Yeah.
I mean, Danya, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little disappointed it took you so long to spot that tactic.
Now, in that position, there is b5. I'm disappointed, too. There is b5. I'm going to try to redeem myself
the A
here.
pawn.
And
all right, we got to bring
back
the analysis board. We got to bring back the analysis board. Okay, Magnus doesn't go for it, but we got to show what might have happened. Had he taken, bishop h5, is there weirdness here? Obviously, if you take, a6 is good. You're losing your knight. I thought so. But if you take with the knight, then takes here. Anyway, so maybe Black could have done this, but he doesn't.
And again, I think the match score influences Carlsen's decisions. In that resulting position, Black was risking a little bit. That was not... That was getting a little dicey with that passed a pawn, even if Black was better objectively. So Carlsen trying to manage the risk here, and this should still be a draw. Knight takes b4, bishop takes b7, maybe bishop b5. And Black is massaging a nice advantage here all of a sudden.
Yeah, you hold the a6 pawn. The truth is a5 becomes the weakest peshka on the board. The knight will remaneuver itself eventually to target the pawn after bishop b5.
Yeah. You can keep the bishop on d7 too.
Yeah, it's true.
Bishop e6.
There is some weird ways to kind of poke at this king side if you're Fabi.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, Magnus thinking he used his time advantage well. We say managing your clock versus taking your time. He's making sure he makes the right decision. Might ultimately just be deciding how aggressive can I really be here. I don't want to lose.
Whoa.
And maybe he decides to simplify.
Whoa, that is a big move. Bishop c6. And Fabi saying, no, I want the bishops on the board, which makes sense because he's anchored himself to the a6 pawn. Bishop b5, maybe he's reticent because of knight to f5. You mentioned attacking the king side. Can't fall asleep on that. Carlsen continuing to sort of remaneuver his pieces around, but he might be overdoing it. I think he overcooked it a little bit. And I think the worst is behind Fabi after knight f5 and knight d4.
Yeah. Note that the king had some landmine squares. You would have loved to consider getting more active and running, but every time forks your uncle over here on f5 and you pick up the g7 pawn. So Magnus ran into some struggles there. Clearly didn't quite know how to handle it. Fabi, like you said, probably seen the worst of it. Will he switch back to playing for a win? I want some mutual time scramble. You said the eval bar hasn't been going up and down. I showed up for the eval bar to go crazy and spike my blood pressure. This is my exercise. So let's get it going.
Look at that. F4 and G5. Another excellent defensive idea by Fabi. H takes G5, knight E3 to G4 check, knocking the king back. Then F takes G5, and then White's going to have the outside passer with H6. So all of a sudden, again, it's Carlsen who's got to play with an abundance of caution here just to make sure that you're actually drawing this game. Takes knight G4.
Knight F5, king D8, knight G7 takes H6.
Oh my God.
Bishop E4, F5.
Wait a second. He's gone a different route. I mean,
but
he's still winning the pawn.
That idea was interesting, right? He's going to win the H pawn.
Uh-oh. Bishop F5 maybe to keep the pieces alive.
Yeah, Black might even play Bishop E4 then to... Oh, no. Fabi's getting what he wants, which is an all-out race.
Whoa. Knight G4, H6, and knight F6. I mean, Black's king is going to stop the pawn from F8, but the king can be knocked back with a knight check on D7.
Oh, I love that idea.
Super dicey all of a sudden.
H6, king F8, knight F6 from Fabi. Threatens knight D7, kinda, but then the king can go to G8.
Yeah, maybe it's a fortress. Bishop H7 is an interesting attempt there to prepare knight D7. He moves back. Okay, it's a draw. It should be a draw.
It should be a draw. White had just a little bit of an opportunity there, but again, if Fabi misses this one, he'll be shaking his head as we head to the next game. get ready for it, because
Fabi looking for a way to get his knight around. Now he's worse again, and Magnus might
wait.
promote his pawn. Bishop d5.
what a move. Now,
Oh, he
now
wins the
Magnus
pawn.
back in the driver's seat.
Make a move, Magnus.
We got to move 1 second. One
Oh
second.
my god.
What-
Oh my god.
what-
Oh my god. Oh my god. He's
Who's winning?
Magnus is winning. He's going to go knight c3 and knock the bishop away.
Oh my god,
Unbelievable.
Fabi played f5 in panic. He had nothing else to do, and it's
Oh
over.
my god. And the mistake, Danny, the mistake for Fabi was to get his pawn to h7, because that pawn immediately became a liability. This is unbelievable. Just
Let's
unbelievable.
bring up the analysis board real quick and just show how that finished. That is what Magnus Carlsen does, right? That
Yeah.
type of thing right there. And we just quickly bring up that board. Oop, wrong board actually.
That was impressive too, by the way. That was the first time he did something like this.
Yeah, we're back to the live game, but that board there was absolutely, that finish there with the pawn going to h7 was absolutely crazy.
Yeah,
The,
maybe we can show that during the break. I mean, ridiculous how he.
Well,
how he
I've
turned
got it
that
up here.
around.
If we got an analysis board, I can quickly just show the finish while they
For
play
sure.
this next opening, just to show that it was h7, the overcommitment of the pawn. No, apparently the games aren't in order right now. I'm trying to get them up. We'll forget about it and do it later. Right now, we'll go back to the live game that is in progress. But okay,
It's never over with Magnus. That's the lesson from all of this. It's like you literally can never relax. He will find chances based on a single pass pawn that's somewhere on a7, and before you know it, it's right in your grill and it's promoting to a queen.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm shocked, but also not shocked. Magnus and Hikaru are the two guys who, you see those things flip around. That's why the game is played. Time pressure puts the people in uncomfortable spots.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, and it's such a treat to watch this unfold. And right now, this is in a critical phase of the match, Danny, for Caruana. Think about it. There's 18 minutes left. Okay, that's probably 2 more games.
Yeah.
He really needs to try to go at least 1.5 half, at least keep this manageable, because you lose another game, and at that point, it's kind of officially starting to look like a bit of a blowout.
Yeah. Well, it starts to look like smarter chess will be right. No one likes that, right? He predicted a 3-game victory. Not the exact score necessarily that we'll have, but he did predict a 3-game margin for Carlsen out of the 5-1 portion. Okay. This is a Petrov.
Yeah, that's about everything we can say
Seen it
about this
before.
position.
Yeah.
There's nothing really else to talk about here. It's just a Petrov.
This is a Petrov. Thank you.
I wonder if it's a Petrov, Danny. Do you think this is a Petrov?
Yeah. Is it a Petrov?
I wasn't sure what you thought on a controversial topic. I wanted to solicit your advice on, which is whether it's a Petrov.
This is a Petrov.
Okay, well, Carlsen with a little pull. I mean, the knight is a smidge better than the bishop here.
Yeah.
Just a smidge.
Just a smidge.
Smidge Maisel.
But it's one of those positions where, again, unfortunately for Fabi, the small advantage games have been going Carlsen's way today. But nothing super exciting. It is a Petrov, which means the structure is completely symmetrical.
Yep.
You could also get this from a Berlin, by the way. We keep saying Petrov. You could get, okay, maybe not the exact pieces are a little bit different, but you could get something like this from a Berlin.
Yeah, and this is already starting to look unpleasant. And it's magnified, no pun intended. When you're playing Magnus, every slightly unpleasant position basically looks like a lost position. Like you underestimate your position and overestimate Magnus's position, and obviously that produces more mistakes. Objectively, this is very close to equal, but that knight on f5 is nasty. Maybe queen f3 to x-ray black's queen, and typical Magnus stuff starts happening.
Yep. And at this point, when you have an edge on the clock too, you're willing for this one to go all the way down to the wire. Not gonna say, all right, you've earned it, buddy. Here's a draw. That's not what they do here. All right. Well, Magnus using his 30-second edge to think about how to approach, because Bobby, Danya, you can play c3 and queen f3. You could also go all in here a little bit, right? At some point, get a little. Here he goes, a little bit.
I was going to point out h5, and the idea isn't quite tactical. I think it's more positional. He's just trying to create a lot of strain on Black's king side, right? And maybe create the preconditions for some sort of a sacrifice on g6, which could not be such a remote possibility, Danny, if you think about it. If the queen moves away from f6, it's already basically a reality. And the other unpleasant thing, of course, is that white controls the only open file, which is always very important.
Yep. Here's my obligatory open files are like commodities reference, supply and demand. If there's only one, it's even more important than an open board. And yeah, so what do you do if you're Caruana?
Maybe bishop g7 and king f8, try to use the goalkeeper, to kick the corner kick. I don't know.
I like that. Put the king on f8 to get the rook to e8.
But then queen e3. White beats him to the punch.
Mm-hmm.
It's annoying.
This is so vintage Carlsen Caruana. This is like exactly like
classic position out of their game. Just a classic.
But the difference is when they drew 12 games in the classical World Chess Championship, of course, of 2018, as the time control got faster, the same type of style ultimately really favored Carlsen, being just a little bit better than Fabi in a couple of these areas, and as the seconds tick away. So tough. And we still got a long match to be played. We know that Fabi impressed everybody with his bullet performance versus Arjun Iragaisi, so by no means is it over. But stylistically, this has been Caruana's problem against Carlsen throughout their career, right? That they're very similar, both highly accurate, highly precise, just so good, both very well prepared. Carlsen, just like Caruana, but a little bit better in a lot of those spots.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think that's the best way to appreciate the nature of Carlsen's 3-point lead. None of the games have been blowouts or 20-move wins, or Caruana blundered a fork here. He's just squeezing and squeezing, and it's merciless. He does it every game, and he's doing it again here. Look at how he manages to weaken the f5 square, Danny, at the cost of a pawn. Yes, but it's not a very good pawn. Now he's going to go knight f5, maybe rook e5, and it's just relentless pressure. No matter how simple the position looks, he's going to make it tough on you.
Yep. And it is super instructive. I mean, even if it's not the flashiest, sexiest attack you've ever seen, showing your ability to drive things like h5 and eventually pry weaknesses and make things happen in an otherwise symmetrical 3 versus 3 pawn structure. I think a lot of lower rated players look at those things and those positions and they yawn or they check out. But while engines have taught us, a lot of things about dynamic chess and how to persevere, there's always tactical shots. They've also showed us ways to this alpha zero H pawn, as we say. They've showed us ways to create chances when otherwise players of a previous generation maybe wouldn't have fought so hard in an equal position like this.
And that is a great point, and it's a point that was made also by Veselin Topalov when I interviewed him a while back. I was actually commentating with him during the World Cup, and he mentioned that Magnus Carlsen, one of the specific ways in which he revolutionized the game is that literally positions where players would have agreed to draw 10 years ago, 15 years ago, now they don't even think about agreeing to a draw. It's not even a question that, you're going to squeeze this for another 50 moves.
Yep.
And it's amazing to see how our understanding of the game has revolutionized, even compared to the modern era. And Carlsen holds all the keys to the kingdom here. The king infiltrating f6.
I mean, the king is coming in. It's like, this is so hard to hold. I feel so bad, and I'm down 2 minutes if I'm Fabiano, in addition to feeling like a boa constrictor is wrapped around my neck, right? It's like when you wrap your kids up to go out in the snow and you wrap the scarf super tight and the jacket and the gloves and you send them out and they can't move.
Yep.
Like, that's what we're dealing with here. Like, Fabi was all dressed up and ready to go play in the snow, but he can't move.
Yeah, I totally know what that feels like, Danny, coming from San Francisco. A lot of snow, a lot of snow in the Bay Area.
Yeah, I mean, it's not fun. And then you're sweating a ton, right? You're warm, even though it's freezing outside. You're dehydrated. I mean, sorry. That's how Fabiano feels right now. A lot like that.
No, that's a good comparison. And King F6 is still in play. You could try to get the king around to E5 and attack D5. Another IQP position, by the way. This time Carlsen is on the other side of it. But I don't think this game is over. I mean, White still needs to find a way to actually win material here, win the D5 pawn or the H7 pawn. So a lot of things that Carlsen could try here. But
That
13
said,
seconds.
I was going to say Fabi's down to 13 seconds.
Nah.
Talk about, but what did F4 do, Danya? Look at that. Principle of two weaknesses. Eat your heart out, right? Magnus is playing both sides of the board, a very, very mature approach. This is, with time pressure, almost an impossible position to hold. I'm not trying to like check out here, but like with time pressure, with Magnus, with the weaknesses on both sides of the board, F4, such a strong move to open up the chances of creating other targets.
And I want to point out, especially to the young players who are watching this match and trying to emulate the greats, how Carlsen is managing his time. He's playing fast, but he's not playing instantly. He's not trying to flag him. He's taking 3-4 seconds to move, and look at what he's doing. He's won the d4 pawn, and the game is over.
Yeah, and note that when you create opportunities for your opponent, when you create problems for your opponent, like F4 did, again, speaking to the young players, don't underestimate the practical power of that, because it wasn't just that F4 threatened a concrete win with Rook H2. It created a ton of problems, a ton of things for Fabiano to think about with no time. And what happened then? Black gets too aggressive in their defense, ultimately just loses the D pawn straight up. And so it's just it is a master class, literally, to watch the patience and again, the principle of two weaknesses is a principle referenced in many, many books for a reason, not just because it opens up problems logistically, X's and O's, but practically your opponents often crumble in those moments.
We all love our tall games, our Shirov games, our Morphe games, but this is its own form of art. This is art. And it's art that only exists in the last 10 years. Only Magnus can do this, and literally nobody can come close to squeezing out these positions with the level of regularity that Carlsen does it. Not even Hikaru. I mean, it's absolutely, maybe in Blitz, but he does this in Classical as well. Let's not forget that. He's emulating his exact style in Classical chess, and he's taking it to this Blitz match. And look at Fabi. He says, I need to win this last game. Playing the Sheninghara Gambit and getting a dynamic position. I like it.
I love it. I want some more of it. I need this. I need this aggressive play.
Some more Danny Wrench.
The game he played as Black with the G5 expansion in the Classical Nimzo, the game he played in the Zamish. He's got a little bit of an edge here. Again, we know Magnus has gotten off the hook a few times, but still, this is the game that Caruana has to go for, Danya, to beat Magnus. It can't be, I just believe it, it can't be the small advantage, Petrov, symmetrical structure, IQP stuff. And it's not because Fabi isn't better than maybe every other human on the planet at those positions. But guess who the one human is he's not better at in those positions?
Is it Danny Wrench?
No, it's the guy I'm trying to point to, but I'm a little dyslexic. Thanks, Weatherman.
Magnus Carlsen.
Up in the corner. I'm going to try to go up into his corner. I'm going to go up into Magnus's corner of the frame. Oh, I can't do it. Throw up my back. Oh, God.
You're getting old, man.
Yeah. Anyway, you feel me though, right? It's hard because that's one of the reasons why this matchup, if you're Fabi, you got to be feeling frustrated like a lot of people in Magnus's generation, i.e. the Jordan players in the 90s. Like, Magnus is denying a lot of players a championship, and you could argue that Caruana, in his precise style was better certainly than everyone else in his generation, at least for a while. And I know Fabi's not the only one who has that complaint, but it's just hard when stylistically, for Fabi in particular, you're so similar to Magnus, he's just a little better in a lot of those spots.
And also, I mean, this is a banal point, but Caruana hasn't won a game yet.
Yeah.
And, it's not like he doesn't know that he can win. I mean, he's beaten Carlsen a million times, but you start getting under your own skin. You start getting in your own head. I mean, 90 minutes have passed basically without a win for Fabi. So if he can win this last game with Black, that'll actually give him
Fabi's white.
Tremendous amount of momentum.
Fabi's white, but yeah.
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, my point holds. My point holds. And
your point.
Why did I think Carlsen was white? I'm not totally sure. So Magnus is the one who gambits the pawn, which Danny is even more impressive to me. The fact that he's up 4 points and he doesn't just say, I'm going to play a Queen's Gambit declined. He says, I want to be up 5 points. But I apologize. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say my point still holds that these types of positions are still what you want if you're Fabi. I think you need dynamic stuff in order to have a chance. Not, like we said, the Nimzos that he had as both black and white. But no, you're right. It is impressive to see Magnus going for this. We see Fabi leaning in there. Magnus letting his soul glow there with the fro.
Yep.
I wish I had hair like that instead of the classic horseshoe pattern. I was born with male pattern baldness.
You've got nice hair. I feel like hair is one of those things where you always want what you can't get. Like, people compliment me on my hair, but I really sometimes wish for straight hair sometimes. But I feel like when you've got straight hair, you feel the opposite. I want to have Magnus's hair and Magnus's rating and Magnus's everything.
Yep. Yep. It's good to be king. Magnus is black here. But Fabi, okay, you have a chance. You're up a little bit on the clock. You are up a pawn, for the record, for those keeping score.
Mm-hmm.
It's an IQP pawn.
Another IQP structure. Jeez.
Yeah. These guys, they like some IQP. Shout out to Winning Pawn Structures by Baburin. If you're looking for a book to teach you how to play pawn structures, check that out.
It's hard to find, though. I checked Amazon, and it was like
it's out of print. I have a copy. I have a copy here
too.
in the office. They don't make it anymore. I found some copy of it on like Amazon selling for like $300 or something.
Yep.
Like exactly. Just insane. So if you can find Winning Pawn Structures at some random bookstore where they don't appreciate what they have, gobble it up because it's out of print and it's fantastic.
For sure. And okay, Fabi has managed to wheel his way out of the unpleasant position, and now I feel afraid to say this, Danny, but it is kind of a game for two results right now. He's got the extra pawn on T4. It is also passed. But can he break down Black's incredibly rock-solid blockade? That's going to be the question of the day here, of the game.
Ooh, light squares are defended well. Computer didn't like 94. I admit I have zero clues why. Maybe Magnus will teach us.
I think knight b4 looked pretty unpleasant.
Ooh,
but anyways,
knight b4 threatened to fork. I think you're right. That was Magnus's move there. He didn't see it. Bobby doesn't give him another chance. Puts the bishop on d2.
Nah, but are you really going to win this against Carlsen? I mean, do you really have a chance here? Look at his pieces.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's funny when you have a pawn that you kind of wish you could give up, like to open up space. I mean, obviously you don't directly want to, and here you're probably going to lose it anyway. But it's this is going to be a dead equal position, likely a draw. And with 3 minutes left, the only question is how much time goes off the clock first. Will this be our last 5-minute game before a break and the 3-1 segment, or will we get one more under the wire?
I think they're going to find a way to keep this game going. If you're Fabi, I don't know. I don't think you want to have the black pieces in another 5+1 game. I think you want to get this to the break with minimal damage. So if you're Caruana, almost just keep fighting, try to milk the clock down. And obviously there are still chances for white. It's not a draw just yet. I mean, black hasn't won d4 yet.
Yep.
But bishop b3 and g6 maybe?
Play rook d2. If g6 and the knight has to move, does d4 fall?
Well, it definitely does. The question is, does white give it away and then maybe get the knight around through g3 to e4 with a fork threat on c5, and f6 is weak once black plays g6. So some logistical concerns for Carlsen, even if he wins that pawn.
Yeah, really good point. This knight coming in to e4, you've got other potential things. So rook d2 played. We'll see if, okay, Carlsen's going to go for it. Bobby, right on cue, follows suit.
Yeah,
what have they seen?
94. Maybe f5. That's a Carlsen type of move. Carlsen likes to make those types of moves.
Yeah. f5 keeps the pony at bay out of e4, and then we clean up on aisle 9 next move. Look at that. Carlsen finds it. The pawn fell off the shelf. Can I get a clean up on aisle 9? Yeah, Brenda. Wait, Brenda went to break 5 minutes ago. She just had a break an hour before that.
Listen, I've lost so many blitz games in positions like this against Magnus. I feel like I have a good grasp on what kind of moves he likes to play. Now, knight e2, bishop c4. And then if white doubles on the d file, the bishop can return to b3. So we actually could get a repetition here if Fabi doesn't find anything better. And I don't see anything better right now.
Knight e2, bishop here threatens to take the knight. So Fabi defends, and we could get a bit. No, this is Carlsen saying he's playing for a win down a pawn.
He definitely keeps alive hopes of winning, especially given Fabi's clock and tendency to overpress in the match so far.
Well, now you got to take on d3. Can't allow that pony to get to e5.
Knight d5.
Yep. So
we should point out that d4 was untouchable because of the rook d1.
Yep. If knight d4, there was a big old pin. Big old pin. Yeah. All right.
Well, rook c8 and knight d5 coming. Black's playing for a win. No question about it. No question about it.
Crazy. Black is down a pawn, playing for a win. Knight better than that big pawn. I mean, bishop on c3, and that's exactly why Fabi gives it up right on cue. He says, you know what? I'm tired of these shenanigans. I'm going to give up the pawn to get a better minor piece.
And Carlsen takes it. Otherwise, the pawn would have moved to d6, and this is definitely heading toward a draw. It's also going to be the last game of the segment, which I think both players are happy with.
Yep. Officially, unless something shocks us in the next 20 seconds, as you can see the clock counting down above Magnus's head.
So I'm not sure who's playing for a win here exactly at this point. Maybe bishop d4, bishop e3 can be considered. Fabi can try to get his bishop around to g5. The h4 pawn is a weakness. Okay, this is...
Ooh.
I don't know about this move.
Yeah, I was highlighting the same thing, that I thought at the very least now you have a target if you're Fabi, but instead he plays g3.
Okay,
Pawns will be split, right? Now we have split pawns, which is a target for Black.
Yeah, but with the board being this open, he can go rook e2 check, and he can even just go back to d2. He's trying to play ambitiously, but you get checkmated. Okay, you cannot play rook h8 if you're Black. That's actually very important. That bishop on d4. Yeah. I mean, you can.
Sorry, we're not laughing about that.
Rook c7, I don't know.
Rook c7, I do love laughing in the face of danger and walking up the board because, last game of the year, Dan. Can't hold anything back now.
Exactly. Rook c7, king g5, rook h7. And if you play h4, he would have gotten mated, but it's a moot point. He's doing this a little differently.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
That knight's coming to e6.
Careful now.
Okay, run back.
And then maybe rook...
He's going for it.
He's all in. All in. But rook d8 is possible here.
Yeah, but... Okay, he trades. I was going to say, could he have moved and then tried this idea? He's still going for it.
G5 was interesting, but Carlsen, again, just playing with an abundance of caution. He cannot lose because the f-pawn cannot be attacked. Yeah,
and notice that the pawn is the opposite color square of the bishop. Even worst-case scenarios are likely drawn for Black at this point.
Yeah, this is a dead draw. Neither side can make... I mean, Black is really the one pushing here, but I don't see Carlsen winning this.
Yeah.
Да.
Да. Нет. Not yet.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Well, time is ticking, right? We're going to have a very quick break, of course, after this, but you're not going to go anywhere, fans, or Danya will hunt you down and find you.
Yes, I will.
He's a lot like Liam Neeson when it comes to tracking down people who leave his chess shows. He's
that was a Taken reference, right?
Of course it was. Danya, you don't always have to doubt yourself when I set you up for a pop culture home run. You hit it out of the park, buddy.
Love Taken. It's actually one of my favorite movies.
Love Taken. Well, Bobby feels a bit taken aback because now that he's down 6-2, he's not even keeping pace with Smarter Chess Predictions, which had a 6-3 score at this point with a 4-game deficit. What do you do to shake yourself up heading into 3-1, Danya?
Well, I mean, it's hard to answer that question because Fabi has played well. I mean, he's played high-quality chess. He really hasn't blundered a lot. He's just sort of gotten outplayed. I would say just try to go for tactical openings. The speed is going to be crucial in the 3+1 segment. He's going to have to keep pace on the clock and try to avoid those time scrambles because Magnus has been getting the edge in those scrambles all throughout the match.
Yeah, and it's hard because, again, I don't feel like Fabiano's been playing bad, which makes me feel even worse. I almost would look at the 6-2 score if these guys were totally stylistic different, say, maybe the next time control brings a different story, but right now it's really hard to see where Fabi is going to find those cracks in the shield that is Captain Norway, I guess, if you will, being Magnus Carlsen. All right. Well, either way, regardless of the match score, we know you're having a good time, fans. And if you are enjoying this online Speed Chess Championship, we know you're going to enjoy the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz. You do not want to miss that event, which is coming up. It is, of course, one of the most highly coveted titles in over-the-board chess. Magnus Carlsen has won the World Blitz Championship 5 times, a little bit of a memo that I think people forget. But he'll be joined by Hikaru, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and so many others of the world's top players going at it there in Kazakhstan. This event begins Monday, December 26th, and you can catch all the action here at twitch.tv/chess. Danya, We are live on twitch.tv/chess. We're going to be live for at least another couple hours, so don't go anywhere, fans. When we return, Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana head to the 3-1 segment, and we will be right back.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
A storm is brewing.
Dimitri on Drake is a wizard.
Within the tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One
And
second,
1 second.
move!
Oh my god.
Bishop
Bishop
G3.
G3, what a tactic.
This is insane! Oh, look at Fabi. exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
27 made! You floated
You can't stop me! Oh my god, it didn't happen! The moves will be fast.
It's game over.
It's winning. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
He's gonna make a queen.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just
Oh,
gave
man.
away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride. Welcome back, everyone. It is the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. It is presented by nobody, actually. Yours truly, presented by Danya's Hair. And we are back at the Speed Chess Championship. We've had the 5-1 segment already start and finish with Magnus Carlsen leading by a score of 6-2, Danya. We aren't totally surprised, but it's been impressive by the world champion thus far.
It's been impressive is an understatement. And the fact of the matter is that when Magnus brings his A game, nobody can compete. That's just the reality of the chess world. And it's frustrating for Fabi because he has brought his A game as well. He's played good in the opening. He hasn't blundered. I mean, he's kept things pretty clean, but it just lacks just that extra little bit of fuel in the tank.
Yeah, the lack of OMG moments in this match has showed how high level it's been, right? You said it. No eval bar craziness, no blunders, yet Magnus getting the edge just barely in every game. Let's take a look at the insights of these two players and talk about the edge that Magnus had coming in. Very similar in that it was only slight, right? They both played more than 1,000 games. The average accuracy so slow, close, but slightly favors Magnus. We see percentages slightly favoring Magnus overall, and I guess that means maybe we could say we predict a little bit of Magnus being just that much more accurate than Fabi.
Yeah, I mean, these stats are pretty mesmerizing. They're pretty similar in terms of the total games and the average accuracies and even the percentage. I mean, both of these players are elite. But Fabi, the wins by flag, that has shown that he has improved his speed and his clock management tremendously over the past few years. And that is one bright spot for Fabiano Caruana in this match thus far. He hasn't lost a single game on time. And when he has, it's been because of the position on the board. And that bodes pretty well for his chances in the 3-minute. Can he be speedy? Can he be efficient? And can he find the right balance between intuition and calculation?
I love that call out because of all the stats there that maybe favor Magnus slightly. If we're looking for a call out that tells us, hey, it's not over. It's not over. It's not a tumor. Okay, it's not over if you're Fabiano Caruana. He has improved on the clock lately. He did complete a comeback against Arjun Iragaisi in the bullet when a lot of people were looking for that match to go the other way. Can Fabi get better as the time control gets faster? We're about to find out.
We are indeed, and obviously Fabi, you can just kind of sense the frustration. He wants this thing to get underway, and the first couple games of the 3+1 portion are going to be absolutely huge because this is where Fabi can set a different tone. Okay, it's a clean slate, it's a different control. The score is kind of wiped in that sense, and in the SCC, you got to play well in all three segments. So what can Fabi bring to the table in these first two games?
Well, we see Rui Lopez now for Magnus on the white side. This is the first time we've seen Magnus get a Lopez. Yes, for sure. We have seen a Petrov, but here with the Lopez, what will these two guys bring us in theory that has been played very much? You talk about this position being played by both players in the matchup from Dubai, the 2021 World Chess Championship, Carlsen versus Nepomniachtchi.
And Bishop C5, that is the Archangel variation, which has been incredibly hotly debated now for well over a decade. And Fabi has been playing it for well over a decade. And it's a very risky line, but it has withstood the test of time, and it's also withstood the advent of new computers. So it's actually a very robust variation. And Carlsen playing it very positionally. You often see white going c3, d4. That's the principled continuation. Magnus, a lot more modest, puts the pawn on d3 and kind of plays this almost like an Italian.
Yeah. And the Italian meaning referencing the pawn on d3 versus the c3 and d4, normal Spanish for everyone. I'm translating for everyone who doesn't speak chess as good as you, like me.
Yes.
And that Italian means the structure is flexible. Because you haven't committed to a Spanish c3, d4, you still have this square for the knight and even this square. And so these positions, as you've said many times, John, these are favored in modern chess because of the flexibility they offer, that there's more ways to maybe catch your opponent in just a subtle maneuvering mistake.
It's kind of interesting that in Russian, you don't say Rui Lopez. You can only say Spanish. And I started to realize that not everybody actually knows what Spanish refers to. I think Rui Lopez is more popular in the English-speaking chess terminology. So
Yeah.
it's fun that openings have different names across different languages. Anyway, totally unrelated point. Does
Totally
not contribute
confusing.
at all to the discussion.
Honestly,
of
that
the
stat
position.
was completely irrelevant. I'm going to tell you that. That was just, no, I'm kidding.
It was just so irrelevant. I mean,
It was
come on,
so
you know?
irrelevant.
Like,
All right.
oh my god.
Oh my god. But all right, queen e2 is played. The rook comes to d8 quickly. Talk about these structures real quick, Danya. The fact that black allowed the bishop to take on c5 to play dc is all part of the plan for black to kind of overemphasize control over the d4 square and the d4 break, right?
Yeah, I mean, I will point out, as Sergeant Silverwater says, the speed by Fabi has been great. In terms of the structure, it's like the definition of, both a strength and a weakness at the same time. But the structure is ugly. You've got the doubled c-pawns. I mean, you could imagine white putting a bishop on d5 and attacking that c5 pawn later on in the game, and things are exploding on the king side. But black's got that immense control over the d4 square. But did Fabi just overlook a beautiful tactical shot by Mr. Carlsen?
Look at that move. Knight g5 is a double attack on f7. It also opens up the queen to hit h5 for all visual learners out there. Get your coloring books out. I'm about to draw some arrows. You could play knight f4 and gain a tempo on the queen, but you lose f7 with check. But can you take it with king f8? What? Can we go to the back cave here? Analyze this thing? What is going on in this position? I have zero ideas.
Oh my god. Knight f4. Magnus's idea might be knight takes f7 with the queen sack.
What? You're going to sack the queen with check?
I think I'm going to do just that, my friend. And queen f6, for example. Knight takes d8 check. And hey, you get a lot of business for the queen.
We've got to work on this. Anyway, all right, knight g5. I dig it. And if I take, you just take here.
Queen f6, knight f3.
And white is coming to life. If we see a queen sack in this game, knight g5, knight f4, and knight takes f7, when do you let your queen get taken with check for a minor piece?
Unbelievable. This is an unbelievable idea. And there's also like c4 in this position. You could sack it back, but I don't think that works out for black. Fabi's calculating this. You can just sense the wheels turning in his brain. And knight f4 has been played, and Magnus goes for it.
Oh my god, we're seeing it on the board, ladies and gentlemen. The exact line predicted, a queen sacrifice. Black is okay here. Obviously, we're all kind of, on the edge of our seat with that sacrifice of the queen by Magnus, but what a crazy idea. That is just...
But unfortunately, the fireworks have subsided, and, I think black's in the driver's seat here, to be honest, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, the eval bar says black should be in the driver's seat. You have a queen for a rook and a knight if we're doing exact comparisons.
So bishop e6 here comes to mind, and then maybe a long-term plan to harass white's queen side. Fabi doing just that, and he's doing it even more concretely.
Yeah.
This is another chance for Fabi. This might be actually his biggest chance of the match, because he's clearly better. He has Magnus reeling.
Yeah, c4 was a very good move, by the way. If the knight took, everyone, the bishop hung. If the bishop took, the b2 pawn fell, so the bishop had to gain a tempo. But now on queen g6, you have a threat of bishop h3, and Magnus goes for this with knight c4. All right.
Okay, knight e3. Right. Rook, maybe bring the rook into the game. If you're Fabi, maybe rook f8 or even h5 is the kind of move he likes.
Okay. A rook and a knight and a pawn for the queen. That equals 9 points. But again, the queen better most of the time because of the ability to flex her power with one swift move, target things on both sides of the board. The rook and knight have to have optimal coordination at all times to compete.
And now notice that queen takes e4 runs into bishop c2, so that's not possible. Black's only chance is to attack the king side because white's structure is watertight. But if Fabi can get the pawn to h3, which he's going to do, that's going to provoke weaknesses on the king side. And in a time scramble, there's nothing more difficult than playing against a queen that's running amok.
Agreed, Town. Population us. Bishop
Carlsen.
c4. I don't think you... Oh, he does trade. I was going to say...
h3?
Okay, h3, g3. No, knight e3.
Yeah, I mean, h takes g2. That pawn is immobilized. He's going to move the rook. Move the rook, but where do you put it?
Yeah, and then while while Magnus is gathering this pawn, Fabi's going to go after the e-pawn. That's exactly what I was going to say.
I don't know. It looks like white might have a fortress here, but it's easy to get forked. And Caruana's going to try to restrain white's pawns. First order of business. Second order of business is to use his majority. But that knight on e3 is a monster, Danny. I think Carlsen is holding this.
I was going to say, the more I look at this, I think it's more likely that Carlsen wins. Look at the mutual time pressure. Okay.
Now it's very reminiscent of the Carlsen-Nepo game from the World Championship.
Oh, yeah. This is wild. Look at that. Oh, look at 4! If you take it, knight d5.
Oh, so close to winning the queen.
Fork.
But Caruana stays on top.
Okay, there's g5. Okay, there's g5 coming. So you had to be careful. He puts the rook on g4.
Now,
what is going on? 5 seconds, 4 seconds.
Rook e4.
Oh my gosh!
This should be a draw.
I don't know. I don't know that either player wants a draw.
No, Carlsen is definitely the one playing for a win here. Definitely. I agree. Given the time scramble.
If you go c5, there's queen g1 though, picking up the pawn.
Oh,
queen g1.
Okay. Here comes the king.
Oh my god.
Oh. Queen f6.
This is what?
He's
Queen f6.
Oh yeah, Queen f6. He could have won the f pawn. He can still do it.
Has it. Still had it.
Fabi's collapsing though. This is where he struggled so much.
Here comes g5. He just gives up the pawn.
Oh no, King d7.
It's gonna be over.
This is just like Carlsen-Nepo, and he's just pre-moving. It's over.
Dude, the knight is such a monster.
Wait, he just needs to cross that last hurdle here. And he does.
7 seconds, 1 second for Caruana. Wait, it's back to maybe a perpetual check?
No,
there's just no way you can. No way.
No more checks. That's it.
And the knight next to the king, putting on a clinic. The knight next to the king is so hard to deal with when you're the queen because it's just constantly guarding every critical check you want to make.
Absolute savagery, and this is where you just cannot lose games like this if you expect to stay in the match. It was again a 2-result game, and again Fabi gets overambitious, and then again he panics in time pressure.
But then again, we have to give credit to Magnus for why, right? Fabi pushed because he's down in the match. He has a queen. He has to push there. But the dynamic of the rook and knight, we said they had to coordinate well to hold with the queen, and that was about as optimal coordination as we've seen maybe since Carlsen's victory over Jan Nepomniachtchi in a similar endgame. Of course, the pass pawn was on the king side over there. But my word.
And honestly, this is why Magnus is the GOAT. Everybody at the top level can play a brilliant game at their peak. But it's these kind of gritty games that Magnus always seems to pull out, which is just perhaps even more impressive, Danny. Just the way that he adapts himself to the demands of the position, and the way he handles those equal positions and squeezes out every single chance. Alexander Alekhine said you have to beat him 3 times, opening, middle game, end game. It almost feels like you have to beat Magnus Carlsen 7 or 8 times to actually win the game.
Yep. Oh, man. Indeed. I'm so impressed by the coordination. I want to go over that game with the rook and knight outplaying the queen like 10 times to learn something. That was just so impressive to see 2 pieces that aren't known for their coordination when play is on both sides of the board. They're not known for keeping up in an open board game on the diagonals. They literally don't move on diagonals very good. Talk about the school for the rook and knight for kids who don't move on diagonals good, But he does it.
Us.
Look at this.
Town population us. Look, another exchange sack. Now Carlsen's just toying with him. Just playing with his food here.
He's got it. He's got a compensation for the exchange. That A pawn is a calf who's wandered a little too far from home. Gonna rope it back soon here. Queen A8. He highlighted it. He played it before I can highlight it.
Mm-hmm.
But even if the queens come off, Black is actually in good shape here with the exchange sack.
Yeah, he's got the pawn phalanx on the queen side, and actually, Black might want an endgame here. White might be the one who wants to keep the queens on the board to give himself at least some attacking chances, but Caruana's worse again. He's just slipping. This is starting to get away from him completely now.
Yeah. If you put the knight on d7, okay, he goes knight e4, aggressive stuff.
Yeah, knight e4, bishop d4. Maybe he wants b5.
Yeah. Not maybe,
F3.
Baby.
But f3, the knight just goes back to f6, and the bishop on e7 doing a phenomenal job just protecting both knights, actually.
Yep. Stellar defensive effort there.
And I want to point out another thing, Danny. F3, knight f6, queen c2, knight c5 takes a6. And look at the placement of the queen on a8, how it guards the only weakness in the position. Just artistry from Magnus Carlsen in terms of how he positions his pieces.
Again, agreed town. We got to come up with a new way to say this. We're starting to complete each other's
sandwiches. Aw, so cute. So wholesome.
Oh, knight e6. He's going to pick up the bishop so that a7 falls.
Yup.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to come in on Saturday. Bill Lumberg here. Hi. Almost 17,000 with us on Twitch. I haven't checked on YouTube. Thanks for being with us on this. What day is it?
It's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. Okay, so we got Title Tuesdays running in the background.
Mm-hmm. Don't know who won the first one.
Don't know who the first one. Twist ending, probably Hikaru.
I think Hikaru was actually struggling this time, which I know these words are just don't roll off the tongue at all because you never say that, but this is like 1 in a million.
Okay, but Queen C2 does keep the C6 pawn, on notice for a little bit longer, but of course Magnus can just play Rook C8 and we're back to variations where we can take and win the pawn if we want. But you got to be patient, I think, and also let's remember, maybe you don't even need that pawn to start advancing. I was just going to say, if you get the bishop out of the way, push him, baby, push him, baby.
Push him, baby, indeed. And you can just see the eval bar continuing to drop and drop. And Fabi has not whipped up any counterplay on the king side. He goes back to the queen side, and he's clinging to the pawn on a7 like, someone clinging to a piece of jetsam in the ocean. I mean, the moment that pawn disappears, you get washed away by the waves. And I think that's exactly what's about to happen.
The rook comes to a1. The queen will swing herself over. Okay, maybe b7 or d7 first. I guess you got to hold the pawn. But is there even a threat of discovery here? I guess he decides to go to b7.
Yeah, it's more that you needed to defend the pawn.
Yep.
And knight d4, c5. Of course, you didn't want to take on d4 because then the e-pawn would reposition to d4 and slow down the progress of black's pawns.
And note that white didn't want to take. Black would happily have taken but the pawn. They're reinforcing this massive pawn center. And it's a tough position currently for white. 45 minutes left in the 3-minute portion. What can Fabi do to break the spell? Change the momentum.
Oh, Magnus just doesn't blunder anything. No, rook takes d5 was such a hidden threat, and he saw that instantly. I mean, he plays rook e8 and he just constricts you and he strangles you. And Fabi has to try to go after that d5 pawn somehow. Maybe takes in queen f5 can be considered.
Yeah. Okay. These pawns are... You're threatening to play b4 in a lot of positions, and this bishop is actually trapped. Okay, so Fabi fixes that problem. But here come the pawns.
Oh, no.
Too much.
c3. Magnus ignores d5. I don't know if you should have done that. Knight c7 there might have been a little more safe.
Time has become a factor here. It was just a clinic, but now we're in a bit of a scramble. Blunders are possible. They do happen. Magnus is human. What can happen now?
Well, if you play c2, you allow bishop to b2. We saw a similar scenario in an Aronian Hikaru game yesterday. Hikaru had these menacing pawns, but they're actually hard to promote. So can Carlsen...
And Hikaru actually came back and won that game with all the pawns versus the rook. It was crazy.
Oh, queen a6 is clinical. Queen trade allows these pawns to get moving again.
Yeah. Forcing the ladies off the board. Put the bishop... Okay, wait.
Rook b1!
What?
Rook b1!
Oh my gosh.
Forgot about bishop.
He's got 1 second. Oh, I forgot about his clock.
Oh my god, and now Caruana's in the driver's seat.
But bishop takes c3. He's giving it back just to get rid of the pawns. Practical chess makes sense here.
Still winning chances for black, though, because of the weakness of the dark squares. King g7, and look at Carlsen driving the pawn down h4, not missing a beat. What was he just doing?
What was he doing with e5? Fabi looks frustrated. He's
I mean, he's losing. He's lost his mind. f5 was winning the rook there.
Yeah, he just looks totally dejected with his position.
Oh my god, Danny, g2 won the rook. Oh my god, what's happening here? Oh my lands! This is a draw
3
again.
seconds, 1 second.
Oh my
Bishop's
God! Carlsen
hanging.
might lose.
Knight f4, king g3, king g4. Oh my God, Bobby's back in the driver's seat.
Unbelievable. And Carlsen literally had g2 there, winning the rook.
Yeah, winning the rook.
One of the
Forcing the fork. Okay.
One of the few oversights. This is going to be a draw.
Yeah, should be a draw. Okay, unless we get a blunder by Fabi and we see a knight bishop checkmate. Okay, I was gonna say he can sacrifice the rook and get a draw anytime. Oh my gosh. Shake your head, everybody, and I feel dirty after that, like watching Saw for the first time. I'm like, was that okay? Did I just do something wrong watching that movie? That just feels wild.
And Carlsen is very disappointed. And this is Magnus for you in a nutshell. He's such a perfectionist. He's up by 5 points. He still hasn't lost a game in this match. And yet it eats at him that he didn't convert that into the full point. It really does. He's not just trying to do that exaggerating thing, where, you're kind of fake disappointed. He's really disappointed. That's what he expects from himself.
Well, and I was distracted there because when Fabi let that slip, I was looking, and again, shout out to reading body language that Fabi hates, but seriously, that was, you could really tell he was just ejected. He was just blundering. He trapped his own rook. Magnus misses the opportunity to win it. Both F5, as you saw earlier, and then G2 were available to Black.
Yep.
But okay, like I said, we want to put that one behind us, just like most of Carrie Elwes' films. Just kidding. I love Carrie Elwes. Shout out to Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Is that the movie with Mel Brooks?
Oh my God, Danya. Have you never seen Robin Hood Men in Tights?
No, but is that the movie with Mel Brooks? Bad news in a good way, right? That's the best scene from the movie. You're giving me that blank stare, Danny. I don't like it. No, it's when courier comes over to Richard III, and he says his brother is there to take over, and the king is played by, who's this comedian who plays in Curb Your Enthusiasm? What's his name? The black-haired dude. Hilarious guy. Maybe someone in chat can let me know. And he says, "Can you give me? Maybe if you give me the bad news in a good way, it won't be so bad anymore." And then he's like, "Well, I have some very good news. Your brother is here, and he's gonna try to kill you and take over." And then Richard III's like, "Why are you laughing? Well, you told me to tell the bad news in a good way."
Oh my gosh!
Watch it on YouTube. Okay, sorry, Danny, that was a long way.
No, this is great. I love it. I love that we're and Jon Stewart is, no, it's not Jon Stewart.
No, it's freaking. I'm googling.
We'll find it. I got outplayed on that. I agree. No, not only did Danya deliver with recognizing the movie, but he actually remembered one of the most iconic scenes from it. So touche, Danya. I have to give credit when credit's due. Touche. All right, Magnus.
Patrick Stewart.
Stewart. Yeah, Jon Stewart, different actor.
No. Anyways, back to the game. Yep. I'll find it.
Magnus is back to what he does, right? Just grinding out positions with slight edges. NBD.
By the way, Richard Lewis. That's the one.
Richard Lewis. It's funny. I wanted to say Richard, but then I was like, no, because it's King Richard.
Yeah, but his name is
Richard
also
Lewis.
Actually Richard.
Yeah. Okay.
But, okay. So who's in the driver's seat and why in this endgame? Usually it's Magnus if it's an endgame, and I think this is no exception, Danny.
Yep. The A file is controlled. We talk about open files, especially when there's only one or two. Here, white is in control of wherever the access points might be. Okay. The exchange, a big decision, whether you want to take with the pawn or not. Nope.
But now the light squares are weak. And bishop b4 incoming, potentially.
Unfortunately for Fabi, as much as those crazy scrambles have also gone Magnus's way, this is not a recipe, I think, to make a comeback at this point. Because I think that these are positions where Magnus is right at home. They pretty much guarantee we're going to milk the full time off the clock. And if anything, white has a tiny edge.
I really, really feel strongly that Fabi has to mix it up against 1e4.
Yeah.
And he's got to maybe play a French, maybe play a Sicilian Sveshnikov. Just get fresh positions. The only chance at this point for Fabiano might be to take Magnus out of his comfort zone in the opening.
Yeah. Well, again, and it started out differently. The D4 prep apparently for Fabi was maybe a little bit better. I mean, I like the positions he had both as white in the Nimzo and the one he had in that game one as black. And I know I keep referencing it because, frankly, I haven't seen enough positions that were dynamic in a way where Fabi was playing with winning chances. Okay, there was the queen game, I guess, in the last game, but unfortunately, Magnus was the one who won that.
Losing that game is just such a backbreaker.
Okay, I like how Fabi's playing this, though. Improving the king. The f5 pawn is weak. The bishop pair hasn't spoken yet. Not doing anything impressive. Not to say... What's that?
James Baroy in the chat says, Magnus out of comfort zone? Where would that be? Yeah, you'd kind of have to go to the edge of the earth to get Magnus out of his comfort zone. True that. True that.
Yep, indeed. Bishop d3 played, hitting the b5 pawn. Probably your best hope, if you're black, is to just sit this one out and be like, all right, how are you winning?
Yeah, rook a8 also merits consideration, and he plays it. I'm not sure if this reduces white's winning chances or increases them. Yep. I do think black should be able to hold, because there's really no breakthrough on the king side. This is what I think is going to save Fabi here.
Is there any f4 at some point?
But okay, but then what? I mean, I think I go king c6, and okay, I hold on, yeah.
I love it. Yes.
Vol.
Okay.
Vol.
Okay. Oh, wait a second.
Now I don't like that trade at all.
Every pawn on a dark square makes Danya a dull boy. This bishop is a beast, and we'll find if it gets any way in, black will be losing. If this bishop can somehow get it. Oh, and I just thinking of any way in.
Bishop
Look at
takes g5. Danny, the idea is hg. Bishop takes g5. Holy smokes, my brain is exploding. Fg f6, and the pawn promotes.
God.
And
bishop takes
Caruana
g5.
Can't believe it.
You have to play bishop d8.
And then h6, breaking through again, and suddenly white's got plenty of winning chances. And you could play h6 at your leisure.
I was going to say, he could have even gone this way to prepare h6 and force the black king to be in a less than ideal position.
And they say
g5,
chess
what a
is
move
an
to
art.
spot.
Now, two options here for Magnus, broadly speaking. I like king g4, h6, and then king h5, trying to infiltrate through the king side. He's going to win this game, isn't he?
If anyone can, but g5, what an instructive point. I guess we were kind of focused too much on the queen side. In hindsight, that was a really instructive grip that white had, and you always have to watch for those shots when your opponent has the pawns furthest up. Everyone knows of like the three little piggies trick where you sacrifice all the pawns, right, and break through. Kind of a similar theme in any of these positions where you have much further advanced pawns, despite it being symmetrical, you have winning chances.
And the pawn endgame is losing.
Yeah.
So can Fabi build some sort of fortress here? King g7, e4, king g6, and Fabi can move his king. That's big, because if you take the bishop on d4, the pawn promotes. It might be a draw.
Huge move.
I think he's holding it. I mean, Carlsen's going to try to get his king back to f4, I think.
Yep. Now the e4 pawn has gone too far.
Dude, he just never dies. He just keeps fighting, and he just never ends.
What do you do now?
No, you give up the pawn. And then you move your bishop away, but it should be losing. No, this has got to be lost.
It's so hard.
Now you go back to g6?
But when you get all the way back, what's the difference?
No, it takes d5. Try to win this one.
Sacrifices f for c.
Okay. It should be a draw objectively, but I think Magnus is going to pull through. King c5. King c5. It's over.
The king goes to d5, you push to c6, and you force the bishop trade. It's a winning king upon ending.
Not even close. Not even
C6, bishop
close. This might have been the most unbelievable game of the match, Danny.
Seriously.
This needs to be studied by everybody who wants to learn something about chess after the match.
This might be a game we asked Magnus about, too, after the match in the interview. Again, I'm speaking a little bit out of turn to say that it will be a foregone conclusion that we're interviewing Magnus. But at this point, what we're seeing is a Magnus who woke up after his match with Gukesh and brought his A game. And I don't understand what you would ever do to stop the guy right now.
It's a total runaway train, and you just begin to see why exactly Magnus has dominated top-level chess at the hardest time in history to do so for, something like 12 years at this point. I mean, this is why. Welcome to hell, says Magnus, because when he's on his A game, you're busted, you're fill in the blanked.
Yeah, that's a backbreaker, right? I mean, not to say that the scoreboard was not already massively favoring him, but that's a G5 winning that game. Rarely the crowd is finally happy. Danny finally doesn't know what to say.
Mufasa.
Whew. Magnus.
Deep breaths. Holy smokes.
Shout out to the guy who made that GIF on command on Twitter, threw him a diamond membership. I forget his name, but he did exactly what I imagined him doing. It was perfect.
Indidovich, population 2.
Indidovich? Is that to give extra respect? The middle name, Vasilievich?
Indidovich. That's a famous Soviet grandmaster.
All right, we had it.
Everybody, he would just say Indeed. Okay.
We had another isolated queen pawn. It is no more because it is gone. White still has the bishop pair, but Magnus happy now because a pawn is a pawn, and you can use it. You've got knight a4. You've got a 3-on-2 majority here.
And just, again, an endgame that Magnus can start squeezing. He's up a pawn. He's slightly better. And it's just a broken record. I mean, it keeps playing the same tune. Oh. Can he pull another one through here and expand the lead to 7?
Very patient. And this is tough. You know, I honestly feel I'm gonna make a prediction that, you know, will sound insulting to anyone else who might have been Fabi's opponent, but I'll say this. I think Fabiano's rapid and blitz has improved drastically, and I believe that record he has where he has actually never gotten out of the quarterfinals is destined to change. And I think if he had faced just about anybody else in the quarterfinals, he had a very good chance of getting through. I mean, someone even with a different style, right? Even a guy like Hikaru, who is better than Fabi in these fast time controls. Fabi would even admit so. I think Fabi would have preferred Hikaru, right? Just someone with a different type of game than he gets, that he tends to get over and over against Carlsen, where it's like he's beating his head against a brick wall, you know, and Magnus is just like Fabi, but a little bit of an edge. And I think sometimes that can be a harder opponent than someone who's very different than you.
That's a great point. And if we're going down that path, I mean, both Carlsen Nakamura and Carlsen Nihalsaran is going to be one of the most epic matches of the SCC. But again, match isn't over. And not only is it not over, but let's think about it this way. 30 minutes left. Okay. Caruana needs to start with 1 win. At this point, forget about the meta strategy. I need to get it down to 4. I need to get it down to 5. He just needs to score 1 single victory. And what this is really coming down to is that he will need to be perfect in the bullet segment. He will need to mount a 5-6 game winning streak. But guess what, Danny? We have seen those types of streaks basically on the regular in this year's SCC. So
yeah, we have.
You know, so not only should you keep watching this match from the perspective of Carlsen just being an artist, but a 6-point lead is not insurmountable. And Fabi has the skill to do something incredible. We know that. We've seen it before.
Yep. And you know, the SCC is very much a format for streaking. Excuse me. You know, bring your green hat. We're going streaking through the gymnasium. But no, seriously, like it's a format to put together streaks because your opponents don't have time to gather themselves, at least not till the break. And so if you can get on a roll and get 1 game, that's when the emotions can start to get to your opponent. So unfortunately for Fabi, this is exactly the type of game that Magnus has had all day. He's in complete control. He's up a pawn and really playing for 2 results. Magnus can either win or draw.
Yep.
But if you can get a win, gotta get that guy with the big hair flowing from Norway. Got to get him rattled.
At this point, you just might need a blender. You'll need to get lucky multiple times if you want to pull off the unimaginable in this match.
Yep.
Okay, but I think this game should end in a draw, but Carlsen's not going down without a fight. That b4 pawn, can Caruana surround it with his pieces? I think he's been able to do it. Rook b3, bishop d2, knight d4. He still won't die. Look at this. Maybe f4 is the way.
No, he's sitting tight. Rook b6.
Okay, king e7. Is it f4 that he's aiming for here?
F4, f5?
I think that might be it, because bishop e3 to d2, knight e6 jumps into d4, Danny, and you might experience some problems there.
Yep. Yeah, f4, f5 makes sense, and he goes for it. Obviously, if f4, f5 and the knight moves, you can actually immediately play rook takes b4 because of the fork at the end. But all right, Magnus fixes that real quick. Gets the pawn one square further to queening. This is a game that has the potential to turn around a mutual time scramble. Obviously, objectively, black is doing fine. But there's this, danger of the king, rook, and bishop getting jiggy with it over here.
Knight c5, king f3, and we're going to get mutual liquidation. And Danny, another thing that we don't talk about is Carlsen's incredible ability to know when to bail out.
Yes.
He just always seems to understand exactly when he's likely to start overpressing. And at that very moment, he manages to bail out the game. It's this insane sixth sense. He knows when to bail out and when to step on the gas pedal. And he always seems to end up being right.
Yep. Yeah, the sense of danger, right, is just something you can't really teach it, I guess. I mean, I think it comes intuitively over time with all the other chess muscles you've been building getting stronger. But right as we were highlighting it, you and I were just saying, watch out, king f5. Like black is up a pawn, but this could turn around. And it's like Magnus hears the call and is like, you know what? I could blow this one. Not even going to give my opponent a moment to breathe. On that note, I believe we're going to be taking a moment in this 3-1 portion for a quick break. In the 3-1 segment, the players will gather themselves, grab a quick drink, maybe a snack or two, because that's what Brian Boitano would do. We're going to take a quick look at the match scoreboard. Danya, it's 9-3 right now in favor of the world champion. And what are you gonna get for lunch later?
What am I gonna get for lunch later? Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to say. I can't think about anything except Magnus Carlsen's performance in this match. I think I'm gonna have a nice shawarma sandwich.
Shawarma. Wow, the reason I ask is because you always just come up with it's like you have a lot of variety in your menu. And all right, Magnus has a lot of variety in his games. He's getting it done no matter what. It's, as you said, welcome to hell, as he would say to his opponents when he's playing well. It's like you join Magnus Carlsen in the ring when he's got his A game, and you are in for a long day. But, all right, Danya, we still got a lot of our day ahead. Of course, what will happen as the time control gets faster? Can Fabiano Caruana do the unthinkable? We're going to find out, and of course, we have interviews ahead. So don't go anywhere. 16,000 plus of you on Twitch and many more where that came from. The SCC will return in just a few. You guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh, yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our room.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen. Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics. Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah.
If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not interested.
You're not interested in chess players?
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yeah. No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm going to give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlsen, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did. You get $50, dude. Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that? We are back now here in another quarterfinals matchup for the 2022 SCC. International Master Danny Wrench alongside Grandmaster Danya Naroditsky, and Fabiano Caruana is not really liking the score he has alongside the world champion right now.
Oh my goodness, Danny. I mean, this all speaks for itself. Carlsen's play speaks for itself. He has been absolutely perfect. And when I say perfect, I literally mean he has been perfect.
I don't disagree with you. This has been maybe the best performance we've seen from Magnus online in a long time. For those who don't remember, the last time Magnus played in an SCC, he did not win the event. He actually lost in the next round. The semifinals, he went down against Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, something he'll have a chance to right this year, right the ship if he can go all the way, and we'll see what he does. But right now, he's definitely making a statement in this match versus Caruana.
But guess what? I pointed out that he should consider playing a Sicilian, and he's done just that. So I like the way Fabi has started this game. He's getting a fresh structure and a totally fresh position. He's not playing E4, E5.
Yeah.
And the problem is Carlsen responds to the Rosalimo, and Carlsen's just going to kind of coast or try to coast the rest of the segment. He's going to play solid openings, and he certainly doesn't mind it if all of the subsequent games are drawn.
How many isolated queen pawns
it's crazy.
does it take to win an SCC match? I have no idea, but we've been giving a lot of instruction about how to play these positions, and the players have been executing on those ideas, of course. Here again, you see a piece in front of the weak pawn. This is maybe one of the most common thematic fundamental things you got to do against an IQP. Generally, the player with the isolated pawn needs more active pieces in order to compensate for the weakness. And Carlsen, who's had most of the isolated pawn positions today, he's been doing just that. Just look at his pieces. I think every minor piece is a little better for white than the black counterpart. And we'll see what happens. Another isolated queen pawn. Here we go.
But another ugly position for black. I mean, I don't exactly know where Fabi has gone wrong, but you can't play with that pawn on E6, Danny. That is a catastrophe. That is a really bad weakness. And the knight on D5, it ain't going to matter if you lose the pawn on E6, if you lose the anchor.
Yep. Structurally, black's best move is pawn backwards F6 to F7.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, black is better instantly.
Yeah. The moment you can play F6, F7, everything that was wrong is now right. But you can't do that. So instead, he runs the king away, and
knight takes D5?
Knight takes D5 just wins a pawn straight up. A3 is also a move that pops into my brain.
Oh, A3 looks, A3 looks tasty. I guess A3, knight takes C3, and A takes B4 is an option. And then A7 actually might fall as well. So Magnus spoiled for choice here. Knight E4, also a possibility if you want to keep the tension, but I definitely think he's going to take on D5 one way or the other, and he does. And maybe that was inaccurate.
Probably A3, I think, was maybe the best move, but he doesn't even need the complications because a big exchange. By the way, if you take with the knight first, but no, white can take D5 and then take B7. You don't even have to take everything on D5 and let black get some compensation with the open bishops. My mouse has become very, very active here. I apologize. It's very, very jumpy. Bishops don't move like that, I've learned.
Wait, what? I mean, clearly I was poorly taught.
Clearly. Caruana taking a think.
Yeah.
If you take with the knight, white will trade, and then I think take B7 and not D5.
Exactly, Jen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight takes, okay, and indeed we're going to go for this line. And
mistake by Fabi. Should have played
Magnus,
D5.
He sees a massive exchange opportunity.
Oh my God. What an idea.
Move.
He's going to exchange everything, and then B7 is going to be his for the taking, regardless of where Caruana puts his queen. This is clinical, surgical, filigree precision, and he's going to get another pawn up position.
It's funny because we were evaluating the obvious tactics, and probably white could have taken B7, but that type of spotting and then seeing the most efficient way to kill your prey is often what shows Magnus being in top form.
And rookie one, Danny, I mean, he doesn't stop. Every move is more precise than the last.
It's relentless. Relentless is probably the best word to describe it. And again, you can outplay your opponent by playing good moves, but the best moves and this relentless accuracy is what just makes your opponent feel hopeless.
Yeah, and Fabi just leaning back. I know we don't read body language too well, but
speak for yourself.
It's unmistakable. Yeah, but here the body language is totally unmistakable. He's just telling himself, is this really happening? Am I really going winless here? Because again, Fabi himself has played some very clean chess, Danny. Yep. I don't think we've seen a single one-move blunder, save in time scrambles throughout the match. Yep. And somehow he's down by 7 points. He's about to be down. He's down by 6 points, about to be down by 7.
I mean, even in the time scrambles, we've seen very, very few. Yeah. These guys have played some of the highest level accuracy chess in the SCC thus far, maybe ever. I mean, we'll see the stats and maybe get back on that one to confirm that it's not just commentator bias, because, Danya and I can get caught up in our emotions sometimes. We are guilty of that. But it feels to us like this chess has been just so high quality, but Magnus is like bringing World Chess Championship form back, right? He's bringing sexy back today. He knows he had an opponent that he deeply respects here in Caruana, and he showed up.
He showed up indeed, and look at how he's just decorating his position, driving the pawn up to h5. And the feeling of hopelessness reaches a peak when you're a pawn down against Magnus with no counterplay. You just know that you're going to make a mistake eventually and exploit it. I think rook to b5 here might basically win the game.
I've been highlighting it because a4 was okay. He goes for more. Oh, because he's got a8 in the end.
I guess he thinks his pawn structure is favorable. Maybe takes in rook b5. Usually defending the pawn from the side is ideal here, but no, Magnus actually keeps the queens on the board. Interesting decision making here. I guess it doesn't spoil anything. Rook a7.
Still much better. Yeah, still much better. And Fabi down to 20 seconds. So Magnus still in the driver's seat. I thought a4 was going to be followed by rook b5. He does eventually play it now, and we're going to see the queen, rook, and these pawns all come together so that you can push safely.
Yeah, I mean, any queen endgame is lost. At this point, you probably are fine to trade queens, but Magnus kind of slow rolling it.
Yep.
Just has to find a way to push that pawn to a6. Yeah, or rook b7.
Rook b7.
a6, a7.
Here comes a6. Goodbye. You don't even care about h5 anymore because the a pawn is too fast.
Not even
Head
close.
to the delivery room. It is a baby girl on a8. A new queen enters the arena.
And this is Michael Jordan. This is Michael Jordan-esque for Magnus Carlsen.
We know he's good, but seriously, we have not seen Magnus play this well. I mean, in online events, he's been playing Titled Tuesdays recently. Obviously, he had an SCC before this, but this is why they call him the GOAT. This is crazy stuff. Maybe getting ready to get a sixth World Blitz Championship headed to Kazakhstan. So
the way he's playing right now, I mean, he's going to go 25 of 25, however many rounds there are. The world champion is in a state of flow, and this is just amazing to watch, honestly.
Seriously. We talked about how he's won 5 World Blitz Championship titles. I think it's a fun fact that goes underrated about Magnus Carlsen's career because you have other things to focus on. Also a 5-time classical world champion, also the highest rated player in history. But talk about how difficult you think that feat is, right? We know right now he wants to win the SCC before heading to Kazakhstan and right the wrong that was him getting ousted last year. But I mean, in comparison, and this is in no way meant to, to disparage Hikaru Nakamura, who is arguably, the most celebrated, especially online blitz player of all time and one of the freakish talents ever to play the game. Hikaru has never won a World Blitz Championship title, right? Because it shows how hard that event is, the gauntlet that is winning that event. Magnus has won it 5 times. It's just crazy when he's on form.
Yeah, and when he doesn't win, we're all shocked. And over the board blitz, I think it's beyond compare. There's really no argument to be had. Magnus is the greatest blitz player who has ever lived. Hikaru is the greatest online blitz player who's ever lived. And I would say that nowadays it's important not to say, well, that's better than that or online better than OTB. Both of these are incredibly impressive feats. And, these two forms of the game, they coexist. But in terms of sporting achievements, in terms of the consistency of his success, Magnus Carlsen his record is unimpeachable.
Yep.
And
Wowzer, wowzer, wowzer. Well, right now Magnus is, like you said, in a state of flow, and this is a unique position. I'll say we have not had this structure on the board in any game thus far, and I will say, despite the eval bar saying it's equal, I'm not a huge fan of Black's setup here. Magnus is going to have to right the ship there. You would much rather move the knight and open the bishop, be in a different spot. So we'll see if Fabi can capitalize on that.
yeah, this feels a little bit dicey for Black. I mean, knight c3 and d5 is coming to a theater near you.
Mm-hmm.
And even if Black moves the knight away from c6, which is quite typical, White could actually still go d5 and sack the pawn. I would do that automatically and then play knight d4. I wouldn't be able to resist the temptation to play d5 here. Just do it. Nothing to lose at this point. Go.
Booyah. He does it. Boom. The knight comes in. If c5, watch out for knight f5, as you said, coming to a... Okay, e6 is coming. e6 and bishop h6. This is it. This is a game where Fabiano buckles up, fasten your speed belts, and clicks in, right?
This is a Danny Wrench type of position. So
yeah, thank you for that. I'm meaning a dubious attack for both sides, or no, but seriously, I love the way Fabi's playing this, and you got to get a dub. You got to get a Fabiano victory. A comeback has to start somewhere.
Yeah, it does. And wow, Carlsen just laughs in his face in castles. He's like, I don't care about anything. And c5, an exchange sack. Amazing play again. Just amazing.
Yeah, he's going to make this super tricky. As we said, he's not going to roll over. But he is down a minute, and he's down in the position. But Fabiano has to find the right approach to convert. He retreats the knight. I kind of like the patience. Yeah.
I love the way Fabi's playing this game. He's played phenomenally, and he's only better by like 0.6 points, which is the ridiculous thing about playing an on-form Magnus Carlsen.
Yep. And now you don't even want to take the exchange because you feel like that's what Magnus wants to get relief.
Yeah.
You want to keep the tension, but okay, he goes for it, which at a certain point, I guess you kind of had to, but at some point, this bishop has a ton of compensation.
And some verve in that move. Knight a4. He's going after that weak b6 pawn and trying to squeeze the knight in through b6 to d7. But Carlsen says, no, I'm keeping the queen side alive.
Dude,
Caruana playing such inspired chess this game. Where has this been?
Yes, this is the move, b4. I'm making a note. What was the opening? He played an Italian, a much more aggressive one than normal with the early d4 strike. Someone make a note to Fabiano that you need to rinse and repeat this one to avoid dandruff.
Yep. And bishop to d5.
Yeah, bishop d5. Okay, takes. I was
what
gonna
kind
take
of what, Danny? You're going to say something.
I was going to say, what kind of shampoo do you use? You have great hairline. But we already talked about that. Rook to c1. Oh, bishop b3. He's forking the knight and the rook. Magnus winning back some material.
He sacks the exchange back. Caruana's going to be up a pawn here. Queen takes d4. And we're going to get the type of endgame Carlsen has had all throughout this match, but with colors reversed. Can Fabi do what Magnus has done all throughout? I like keeping the queens on the board, though. I think this is what you do in Magnus's time pressure.
I was going to say, especially with the time pressure, from a practical point of view.
Wait, Danny, he had some tactics with knight f4 and queen b3 check. Instead, Fabi forgets about bishop d6, and Magnus is stabilizing again. He's better now.
Instead of rook c7, knight f4, kicking the queen from her central square.
He's going to lose this one again.
This bishop is perfect where it stands, and Fabi is now retreating and remaneuvering.
But to no avail. Here comes the a-pawn. Just like in that endgame, remember when Fabi was pressing for a win and suddenly Magnus's pawn appears on a2? That is exactly what happened there.
Suddenly look at the clock.
a3.
Time pressure. Time pressure is now mutual.
There's a crazy idea with a3 and a queen sack, but Carlsen does it clinically.
Oh, wow. a3, rook d4, take b2. I just saw what you were talking about. That would have been fun. But Magnus takes the safe approach. Rip. Mutual time pressure commences.
AB.
Wins
a piece. AB, baby.
Fabi will just... No, he can't take on b2 because rook a1. The bishop guarded h2. I wonder if Black missed that. What is going on now? Craziness.
I'll tell you what's going on. Carlsen's winning.
He's going to win the queen with check, and the A pawn is too much.
And the king just advances toward B3.
How does it look so simple in the end?
It's unbelievable. It's just like he's calculated all of this ever since the queens were on the board. And Caruana is incredulous. He's just like, what do I need to do to beat this guy? And he wins again. He's not even drawing these games. He's flat out winning every position. Worse, better, time pressure. Who cares? I'm winning them all.
That moment when he played Rook C7, if he had played Knight F4, but again, there's many moments where we say just that one move, but that's like the story of the match, right? As you said, you got to beat Magnus not once, twice, and 3 times, as Al Johan once said. You got to beat him 7 or 8 times.
Oh, Lord, this is crazy.
What was that?
What?
What was that?
Oh, Lord. It's just like a southern expression. It's like "Oh my land." It's like a more common version of "Oh my lands."
I didn't know. I for a second I thought you were slipping into Barkley there for a minute, but it was a bad Barkley, so I didn't double down on it. All right,
start barking at me, Danny.
We've got hanging pawns, which is the closely related cousin of isolated queen pawns. So a similar structure that we've seen all day. These are very fun positions as far as, really understanding in an instructive way that both sides want different things. Here Magnus playing very aggressive, just saying, I'm not even going to mess around and let you develop. I'm immediately maybe relocating my pieces for a kingside attack. Or...
yeah, a healthy dose of nasty here on the king side for white, but where is the fuel, Danny? I don't see where the kicker is. I mean, bishop d3, you point out, but black deploys his bishop to b7, and the hanging pawn structure can become a serious liability if white doesn't produce anything specific on the king side. I think Magnus is kind of playing hope chess a little bit here.
Agreed. Doesn't look super solid, but I also don't see a great move for... I mean, you got to be a little careful here. You don't want to put the bishop on b7 because of tactics, I think. On e6.
Yep. And Magnus is sinking into a deep think.
Yeah, what's he doing? Got head in hand.
Yep.
Coming up with dubious tactics. Okay,
dude,
he goes queen f3. Queen c7
chilling.
right away.
Queen h3. Uh-oh.
Okay,
what now, though? This is the critical moment, Danny. Can he sack on h6 somehow?
I think it's just going to be a big simplification. The queen kind of defends c3. But if everything's traded and black plays rook c8, black just has a positional edge.
Yeah, but bishop takes h6 is actually not as gimmicky as it looks. And it's not that easy to stop.
Well, now it's on the board. Okay, it was an option, but probably queen takes c3 was the response.
Yeah, queen c3. Oh, yeah, and the rook hung in the corner, so that forced the queen trade.
Yeah.
Still, you should keep an eye on rook g4. And when you're playing Carlsen, at this point, you're in your own head, right? Every idea looks like a three-headed monster.
But you're up a minute on the clock. So...
yeah.
So now's the time. If there was ever a good time to start a comeback, it's right now. So, queen to c4 played.
I don't know what to say, man.
a4 immediately responded by Carlsen. It's funny because if you start sliding in, yeah, Magnus kind of smartly, I think, heads back. If you go all in for those kind of, speculative tactics over there, you probably see it backfire. So instead, Magnus brings the queen back to f3, where you can kind of start defending.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the pawn on c3, much like the IQP pawns that he has had, is very well protected, right? It's like that knight on f3 defending the pawn on d4. So Carlsen makes these types of positions look incredibly easy when he's on the black side. When he's on the defending side, he makes it look incredibly easy as well, Danny.
Yep.
So whichever side you're on, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Give me some good news. If you give me bad news in a good way, it might make me feel better. So
Danny,
can you say that it's
best news in the
impossible to
world.
beat Magnus in a different way, please?
Danny, with the best news in the world here is so encouraging. You're down 11-3 in the match, and you haven't won a single game yet, and you're 2 hours into the match.
Why are you laughing? Why are you
You told me
laughing?
to present the bad news in a good way. That's what you told me to do. I'm following instructions, man.
Oh, man.
Oh,
All right,
Lord.
well, the time advantage has all but disappeared. Only 20 seconds now. White with a little bit of an edge. The D pawn could also be traded for the A pawn, and we will have another draw. Fabiano Caruana, if you're just tuning in, still yet to get a victory in this match, which just tells you the level of focus, precision, desire to win, desire not to lose Magnus brought to this match. And there's been several games where he could have pushed a little more, but smartly sensed the danger, has not given Fabiano any reason to celebrate at all.
And listen, look at this. He's better again. He's literally
forcing F6, right?
Somehow on the strong side of this position, when the queens were traded, Danny, it looked like there would be no universe in which Black would ever be playing for a draw, and yet that's exactly the case. After D5, he gives the check on G5. He wins the pawn on H5.
I thought he was going to play D5 too because
Me
the bishop was
too.
pinned, but he finds Rook G5 instead,
Which is
wins the
plenty
pawn with
sufficient.
check.
And now he's going to squeeze out the 3-on-2 for an eternity.
6 minutes left in the 3-minute portion. We are more than likely going to have at least one more game of 3 minute before bullet happens.
sure.
But man, this has been tough. A tough day for the American in the office. The American office was way better than the British office.
I haven't seen either office. So
The Office.
You can keep repeating the name of the show, but I still haven't seen it.
The Office, like the show with Steve Carell,
The show,
Rainn
The
Wilson.
Office, yes.
You've never
Rainn
seen
Wilson,
The Office.
I know very well from his chess endeavors, but I've never seen The Office. No, I'm more of a. I just don't like comedies. I'm dark. I have a dark mind. I like Black Mirror.
Okay, got it.
I don't know if the chat needed to know that, but Carlsen, look at what he's doing. Rook C4, another artistry type of move, because Bishop takes D4. There was mate on C8.
Oh, wow. G6.
Rook C8, here he
Was
goes after
forced.
Black's king. Rook H8, maybe?
Oh my god, he's threatening
Bishop
Bishop
G5.
G5. And the
Oh,
king is
no.
trapped. Mating nets ensue.
There's F6 there, but you might lose the rook on D7 if you open the 7th rank, and Fabi running for dear life.
He's got 2 seconds, though, Magnus. You got to move quickly.
Oh.
You might lose on time trying to mate him.
He's weaving his tentacles around Black's king, Bishop G5, and if the king goes
crazy.
to F5, there's F3 and G4, and it's over.
F3 and G4, Bishop G5 with
No
mate.
way.
Bobby has to give up the exchange.
It's over.
Oh my
He's done it
gosh.
again, and he might still get mated on E4.
Yeah.
Oh, he's pre-moved GF.
Okay, you have Rook D1. Oh my god, that was sick! Oh my god, that was nasty! Oh, what a mate that he weaved! How often does a king get checkmated in the middle of the board on F4? Just
Get me out of here. Get
Can
me
I
out
was
of
gonna
here.
say, can I just like throw down the headphones and walk out now? Wow. I feel like I'm throwing my headphone back like my hair back. Like, just ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Show me some nasty from Magnus Carlsen. He pre-moved G takes F5. He saw that a mile away.
That was so crazy. That was sick. That
Sexy.
It was dirty. It was all the adjectives before we start saying explicitives. And Magnus Carlsen is up 9 games in this match.
No, but this is just, it's almost like you think he can't play any better. You
Mhm.
think he's achieved everything there is to achieve in a match. And then he comes up with another incredible narrative. He's worse in an endgame. Bang, he's slightly better 2 moves later. Bang, he's up in exchange. Bang, there's a mating net. Just one thing follows another. And you do sympathize with Fabi. I mean, this is such a hard position to be in, Danny, where he's just pummeling you. And I've pointed this out before. When you play a Swiss tournament and you start losing games, you get easier opponents. This reminds me of when I played the 2015 U.S. Championship, the worst tournament of my life. I lost 3 of the first 4 games, and I've got Hikaru Nakamura in round 5. Here, you lose 3 games to Magnus, and you've got Magnus Carlsen. You lose him again. Guess who you got? Magnus Carlsen.
feel like it's the same storyline we had in the match with Gukesh when it started running away.
Yep.
Like, there should be one time in SCC where like Danny gets to ring a bell and then Magnus gets up and I get to play 10 games in a row.
Yep. At this point, no, you would win all 10, Danny. Come on. Give yourself a little credit. Give yourself a little credit, girl.
Exactly. That would definitely, if I had 10 in a row, at this point, it would make this thing a match.
Dude, it's Tilty's better again. Magnus winning again. He's going to go H4 and smash through the kingside.
Yeah, the H5 pawn is hanging, though.
Bang.
But B5, full board awareness. You're going to take on C4 and have all kinds of problems, which is why white did not take H5. The queen needed to stay defending, and here comes H4, just like you said.
Holy smokes. Is this guy in the zone or what?
Yeah.
Playing on both sides, Danny. B5 and H4. Look at that exquisite pawn play as he provokes weaknesses and overextends white's queen. After G takes H4, knight G6, you're attacking the F4 square, the H4 pawn, and you have the pressure on the C4 pawn, which means a move like Queen G4, which would otherwise stabilize the king side, now allows the queen side to cave in.
Well, the opening plate in this game, too, is a sign that we've kind of gone full tilt here, and not the poker style, if you're Fabi. This is full tilt because I don't think he's bringing openings at this point that were prep. He's playing, nothing wrong with the English, but I find this position to be one that isn't necessarily one that he drew up at home, if you know what I mean.
I believe I do, Mr. Wrench. Jeez. God.
Yeah.
Crazy. And imagine if he wins this game, sticking the landing, he'll be up by 10. He has not lost a game. Now, Danny, I wonder if there has ever been an SCC match where one player has never lost. I'm 99.9% sure
I'm sure that has never happened. And so
I mean, that didn't even come close to happening.
If you're wondering another good reason to stick around besides the interview we will likely have with the world champion, assuming the improbable doesn't happen. I don't think we've ever seen that. By the way, I will make a very, bold prediction. We are not going to see that. Fabiano is going to get a dub in bullet. Mark it down. It will happen. There's no world, but at this point, the fact that we've even gone 2 segments has me wanting to call up Statboy. Give me Vaughn. Let's go check in the bullpen and see what Statboy has, because have we ever had a 5 and 3-1 portion before someone got a victory? That already is a question.
No, I'm almost positive there was that Hikaru Fedoseev match, which I think started with an adoption, but I'm pretty sure that Vladimir stole a game, at least one game in the 3-minute portion.
Okay.
Now, this game, by the way, has gotten really sharp all of a sudden. Carlsen has kind of let things slip on the king side. Yeah. And Fabi is the one striking on both sides of the board now. Can he deliver?
Yeah, this was a way to spice it up for sure. But still, you feel like when the smoke clears, whose king is going to be weaker? Probably white's. The G file is open. The C file is open.
Yeah, knight A5 was a step in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Literally.
He goes to the E file instead. But it just feels like this king is about to start feeling the draft. Too many windows open.
Yeah, Rookie 3 is on deck. And that's a pretty devastating move.
Ooh, Mufasa. Ooh.
God. Every one of his pieces always on the perfect square, Danny. That knight on G6, the bishop on G7, controlling the pawn on D4, which defends the rook on E3. It's mesmerizing.
Oh, man. The third is Queen A2 check, by the way. He sees it, but that was just... Queen E6 threatened Queen A2 and Rook E2 for the record. Rook B2 stopped both.
A Carlsen move here would be like Rook G8, like a slow, creeping move that sets things up.
Yep.
Or Queen D5, Mufasa.
Queen D5, Jen, exactly. Sometimes when you just don't see what to do, Jen, you just improve your pieces. Exactly.
Precisely.
Exactly.
Or even A6 should be considered to disrupt the pawn on B5. Whoa!
What? This is not the Carlsen move we expected. What is he doing?
Oh my God! King F4, Queen E3 is mate. But it
can't take because Queen E3 and then Rook F8 after King F5.
Is it sound? World? It's a great practical attempt. Bishop E5 comes to mind.
He's down a rook. No, he's down the exchange. Okay. Dear Lord.
Rook G8 would be an intermezzo, and then maybe Queen takes E5 to set up discovered attempts. No, he goes for the pawn recapture.
If Rook G8, King F4, Queen E5 was mate.
Yep.
But he doesn't go for it.
Queen F6, E7. Oh, there's a check on B7 that he wanted to avoid.
Yeah. Rook C3 first. Both players under 20 seconds.
Knight takes D3 doesn't quite work. The F5 pawn hangs with check.
There's a queen coming to H4 check at a moment's notice. It's starting to turn around.
Will
Magnus have gone too far with that exchange sack? We'll see. Bobby. Okay. Wait.
Queen B5?
Queen to B5.
And Queen C6, Danny. Queen C6 is going to trade the queens and black's going to win again. I don't think there's a way to stop it. Holy smokes.
Too many pawns for the exchange. Magnus is going to... Nope. Just takes D3 even more direct.
Queen F3 check at minimum. It's over. Rook E5, Rook F1, mate.
What
a fork.
It's not even fair. You can't even lose the pawn because Rook F1 would have been mate.
This is just absurd. This is out of this freaking world. That knight on F4 and the pawn on H5. White had all 3 of his heavy pieces on the king side, Danny. Black had 0 heavy pieces on the king side. There were no checks.
This last little combo right here.
Just look at that position.
The fact that Fabi couldn't take this pawn because of mate. Wow.
No, but this is getting crazy.
Well, at this point, it's about playing for pride, playing for the fact that there is money on the line in every single game. Remember that. And while obviously these guys don't necessarily play for the cash, they are professionals, and $4,000 goes to the winner. $4,000 for every single game you win is up for grabs. Which means every game is worth, a decent amount of cash. I also went to this school for kids who don't math good, so I'm not going to pretend to know that math off the top of my head, Danya. But at this point, if you're Fabiano's coach, you're just saying, get in there, focus one game, and get yourself your first victory.
Listen, you're Brazil at this point, losing 6-1 to Germany or 6-0 to Germany. You got to score the honor goal. And listen, there is hypothetically enough time to play 10 games. I don't think Fabi has given up. And hey, we've seen all sorts of unthinkable things. I've been in the chess world a very long time, and I've seen the craziest things happen. So you owe it to yourself, just from the perspective of watching Magnus put artistry on the board, but also from the perspective of maybe expecting the unexpected, the unbelievable, to watch these 30 minutes of bullet.
Well, and the unbelievable might be, there's 2 unbelievables that could happen. One, an improbable comeback, or Magnus Carlsen is the first ever player to win an SCC match without losing a single game, because that is what he is on pace to do right now. All right, we got almost 20,000 of you on Twitch, and I'm sure every single one of you will be tuning in for our next stateofchess.com. This show is coming your way on December 21st. It's our Q4 event, and it is probably our biggest ever State of Chess that we've ever had. Tons of announcements coming. Of course, all the community Q&A you can ask for with yours truly. So please tune in. We have some very, very special guests who will be joining our show to talk about these announcements that we're making. And, of course, what they mean for the future of the chess community and for chess.com. So don't miss the show. It's December 21st at 10 a.m. Pacific time right here at twitch.tv/chess. I don't even think Danya knows all the stuff we're announcing. He doesn't. No. I'm speaking for him. You don't, right?
I don't. No.
Okay.
Know what I mean? I don't.
Cool. No. So you'll tune in. Okay, great.
Yeah,
all right.
Yes.
Everyone else, don't go anywhere. Continue to tune in. We have the bullet ahead. Then, of course, we have an interview with whoever our victor is. It's more from the 2022 Speed Chess Championship when we return.
Damon's legacy is built around his passion and focus. That academic component, yeah, you'll get there in time. But what we don't talk about is the impact that it could have on your character. You know, what's the level of confidence that you can infuse in a child who grows up in a single-parent home and don't get to see their dad? So if I teach him that he's the most valuable piece on the game and in life, how will that change him? What about that young queen? You're gonna need courage because you're a young Black or Latin queen. And in this culture and in this community and in this society, things aren't equal, nor will they be balanced. But on a chessboard, you are the most powerful piece. On a chessboard, there's equality.
We are back getting set for the 1+1 portion between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. Danny Wrench alongside Danya Naroditsky. It's been a long day. It's been a day of amazing chess. I don't know that we've ever seen the world champion put on a show quite like he has today in any online event, or maybe regular chess event ever, Danya.
And that's saying a great deal because the world champion has been putting on shows for well over a decade and a half now. Yes, it's 3-3. There's one small difference. Carlsen has a digit in the 10th place that's not 0.
Yep. And he has not lost a single game yet. For those of you wondering, reasons to stick around. It's not just maybe for the improbable comeback. We'll see what Fabi can do. It'd have to start right away. But it's for the fact that Magnus Carlsen is literally making history in this match right now. So, and we're about to make our way to the 1+1 portion. The players, I don't believe, are back at their chair. They're taking an extra long break, probably going to grab themselves a banana, because that's what I would do if I had my way, before we check out all the things that makes Magnus Carlsen great. Is sometimes you're sitting around, Danya, and you're wishing that a banana would just fall out of the sky and be delivered to you.
Oh my gosh, that's epic.
Where are you, magical banana angel fairy? Thank you.
Damn girl.
Damn girl.
That looks delicious. I would.
Oh my god, it's so fresh. I love it. Banana time. Magnus went to get it. I'm ready. Thank you. Let's talk about how good Magnus is. Oh, he's back in his chair. We were going to look at his insights card where he's good at everything, but I think he's ready to show us that he's good at the fastest time control.
Well, listen, I mean, Fabi has not pulled out a single one of these time scrambles as we look at Magnus's player card. And if this continues, then this might go all the way until the end of the match. But I mean, look at his chess.com blitz rating. He's almost at 3,300. Only Hikaru has achieved 3,300 plus. And that for like a span of a week. I mean, his ratings are crazy. His strength is everything. And I mean, his weaknesses are nothing.
3279. By the way, that was the rating he had coming in to the start of this match, which is why we had it listed at 3279 on our insights card. That's actually still his rating right now. So he just played, what was it?
13-3, and he's not gaining rating.
13-3. He didn't gain any rating points. That shows you how high his rating is. But that's actually fascinating that his rating is the exact same that it was coming into the match, given how many victories he was able to rack up against Fabiano, who's also over 3,000 in blitz.
I mean, he needs about 60 bullet points to steal number one. And the way he's playing, I don't remember what Fabi's bullet rating is, but it might happen.
I was going to say, he won't be able to improve his blitz rating from here on out because he's now playing bullet. But Magnus Carlsen in the fastest portion, we'll see what he does here. Now we really see the gloves coming off in terms of prep. It's time for sharp, crazy, spicy stuff. I like what Fabi's doing no matter what happens. Mix it up. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, Fabi playing a modern, we've seen him resort to this opening before. In these must-win situations, he has to be literally perfect. He's got to win every single game and then some. And there still might not be enough time for 10 games. I mean, yesterday, Hikaru and Aronian played a record low number of bullet games. I think they didn't even hit 7.
Wow. That's that's using your increment, right?
Yeah.
Shaking what your mama gave you there.
But a nice position in the early going for Fabi.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Sorry, Danny. Mm-hmm.
No, you go ahead. The queen's sliding from e4 to h4. The knight's coming to g5, though. Magnus is going to try to turn this one around in a hurry and go for checkmate.
Yeah, I'm kind of overly influenced by the eval bar here. Now that I see queen h4, I'm starting to get very pessimistic. And look at the clock already. Fabi, he's falling behind on the clock, and he's weakening his dark squares. This not looking good anymore.
It's funny. The eval bar likes black, but I'm with you. I'm like, queen h4, like here come the pieces. Like, I'm going to get checkmated.
But the thing was, queen h4 ran into knight takes e5. So Fabi doing a great job of anchoring himself to that e5 pawn. And he's definitely better.
Yeah.
Now he's definitely better.
Okay, queen takes b5. Is that queen going to get herself in trouble? Magnus,
yes, it is.
He's just taking pawns.
How do you get the queen out? How do you extricate the lady?
I don't know.
19 seconds. Oh, you open up the pathway. Back to d1.
Wow.
Oh, this guy is so slippery.
That's funny. I literally couldn't see a way to get the queen out. And he finds
neither.
Move the bishop. The queen comes back, and suddenly...
And an exchange sacrifice. He goes for the dark squares on the king side. He wants knight f6 with mate.
I love it.
Very practical chess.
Here comes bishop f6 even first, I think. No, he goes with knight f6 first.
And knight d4 and bishop h6 is a huge positional tactical threat, of course.
Yeah.
As is queen f4.
Queen is coming to f4.
Another head shake from Caruana. And it's going to be another win for Carlsen.
Magic of the position sometimes comes out of nowhere when you're playing against Magnus. It's just like position gets away from you.
I mean, whatever he touches in this match turns to gold.
Yep. The Magnus touch today. Knight to e4. Don't move it because that's mate. Just, let's be safe here.
2 seconds and Carlsen has to give up the d4 pawn.
Okay, here we go. Flipping around. Bishop h6 is a threat, by the way. That's a problem. Wait.
Okay.
King h2.
Oh, you can't stop bishop h6?
How do you... Oh my god, you can't stop it.
It's unstoppable.
Bishop h6.
Because queen d8, queen takes d8, and white wins the rook.
Oh my god. He literally just gave like a WTF. Like, what the Fabi? right? Like, what is going on
here?
here?
It continues. We're in adoption territory right now.
This is nutty. If Magnus Carlsen wins this SCC without losing a single game, what will I do?
I mean, he lost to Gukesh, I think, only once, or maybe once or twice in the bullet. But this has been insane, and he's got another nice position out of the opening.
Yep.
No, but now Fabi is just the air
I'm
is
throwing
just out
it
of
to
the
chat
building.
to make a bet. If Magnus wins an SCC match without losing a single game for the first time in history, we will have made history here together, everyone. Me and Danya have done most of the work. You, chat, have also helped. But we will. Well, I don't know what I'm going to do everything, but we'll let Twitch throw up a poll chat. Make your suggestions. I'll do something crazy. It is snowing outside.
Really? Wow.
Magnus is just a freak right now.
Do you think it would be an exaggeration? And I don't mean to beat a dead horse here. You know, we pointed out many times how great Carlsen has played. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but do you think it's fair to call this one of the greatest match performances of all time? I mean, I really think that's not much of an exaggeration, Danny. Look at this. Look at this. He won another one. And it wasn't even close.
Well, it's funny. Now Fabi is definitely experiencing some tilt, and we love Fabi, obviously. You know that, right? He's a good friend, and I was just hanging out with him in LA at Ludwig's thing. Like, I'm just saying, like, no disparagement to Fabiano, but this is just an absolute slaughter. And now Fabi on tilt. But earlier, Danya, Fabi was playing well. That's what's so impressive about this. There were many moments where we wouldn't have been talking about a storyline, of historic proportions, Magnus potentially not losing a single game. So whether Fabi's on tilt now or not, the fact that we're even here talking about it is mind-blowing.
Plus, given Magnus's form today, show me a player who wouldn't get crushed by Magnus today. Like, show me a player, right? And I'll wait. Because
show me the money.
Because I don't get that. That reference went
Jerry
about 30,000 feet over my head, Danny.
No. All right, Magnus is on the attack right now. What's going to happen next if the knight moves? Oh my God, we've got knight h5 coming, queen h6, and you can't take it because h7 is mate. Okay, so knight g8 was the only move. That was the only move. Knight g8 had to stop queen h6.
I mean, this is just what happened in the previous game, and he's doing it again. Now, he doesn't have the dark squared bishop this time, but the knight is perfectly capable of handling business, as is the other bishop, which could sack itself on g6 at some point. Queen g3 is the kind of move Magnus likes to make in these types of positions. Okay, queen f4, even
also
better.
Good. You're threatening to just take and then win h6, which is why Fabi plays king g7.
But you can't take f6 because the rook on c7 hangs.
Yeah.
So
knight
Carlsen
h4, not what the doctor ordered. I was going to say,
no.
Can you just play g5?
Rook g3 and then king h8 maybe, but Carlsen will sack on g5 with checkmate there.
Oh, no, rook c4, also a good move. I like that.
Yeah, Magnus slipping a little bit here. This might be the game. This might be the game.
If Magnus is all in on this attack and he slips up, Fabi could quickly turn things around. White does have weaknesses on the queen side.
I think after knight f6 to e4, White is very much still alive.
Okay. Takes g8, rook g8.
Queen f6. He might have to just bail out and try to pawn down endgame. No.
Ooh, knight c2. The bishop was pinned. He's all in, sacrificing
G6.
a rook.
Here he goes again. Here he goes again. 10 seconds for Fabi, maybe g5.
Oh my gosh. The fact that he was giving up the rook for knight g6, this is wild. Okay, under 10 seconds. Magnus could finally meet his maker here. He went all in on this attack. I don't know that he's going to pull it off with 4 seconds.
I think he might. Queen e3, and he counterattacks the knight, and he's getting out of it again.
No, let's see.
King h2. What a move.
Bobby's got the pressure. E5 is hanging.
And he should have captured it. And now Carlsen's starting to push him around a little bit. Knight takes g5.
2 seconds, 1 second. The check is on. The king is running. F7's
Queen
weak.
F6.
He goes for it. Knight f3.
No, it was pinned. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Now the eval bar's swinging. The h-pawn is running.
We're swinging now. We got our blunders. Oh, h4's falling in the end. Queen 8.
Not quite. How is Carlsen doing this? He's still alive. He's pushing the h-pawn, and he's winning after queen h5.
This is wild. F7's falling.
Rook f7 wins.
Oh, he had Rook
He missed
F7.
it. He missed it. Rook F7 ended the game, but now
Fabi's turned it back around a little bit.
not quite. I think Queen G8 ends it.
Oh my! No, he can
No,
take with the
it
knight.
doesn't. Rook H6.
Knight D5. Okay, look out for Queen C6 and discover checks. No, the H4
And look
came
out
with
for
check.
Rook takes C6 was a threat
1
there.
second.
Now Queen takes H8.
Oh my God!
he
Queen
wins
H8
again.
for G8, and Fabi's just like, I'm freaking tired of this. This is
My heart was
crazy.
pounding too. Ladies and gentlemen, I am
Oh
beyond
my
words,
gosh.
beyond speech, beyond everything right now. But this
Let's go,
is
Fabi.
absolutely wild.
All right, I'm all in rooting for the first victory
yeah.
of the day for the American.
We
Come
have
on,
to see
Fabi, let's
him.
go. That was right there.
I mean, he had that in the bag. He was one move away, but just black magic from Magnus Carlsen again.
The H-pawn ran. There were so many opportunities. That was one of the only games we've seen with the eval bar swinging, which is crazy that it took us getting to the bullet portion before any blunders started happening in this match. That was just nutty. All right.
This is insane. We'll get a pretty symmetrical position here. Actually, another nice position, I think, for Fabi, who can stick a knight on D5 when he wants to, and he might do it now. No, not yet.
I don't think I could physically twerk for 3 minutes, chat. I don't think that's physically possible for my body to do. But I appreciate the poll.
Another blunder. Bishop C4. The tactical sharpness is out of this world.
Bishop G3. Okay, but in the end, there's a tactic here as well. E5 for Fabi.
Yep.
Where's that knight going? If you go to D7, B7 falls. That's the point.
Knight D7, Knight D5 is also pretty terrifying.
Oh, Knight D5. The bishop disconnected from the rook.
So
Booyah.
Knight E8. Knight E8 or Knight H7. Oh,
Wow.
this is close. Fabi could steal this one.
Come on, Fabi. Where's the tactics?
Queen E3. He's got.
I don't want to
fast
twerk
here.
for 3 minutes.
Queen E3 comes to mind. The rook doesn't have a lot of squares. Maybe
Queen E3, because
B3?
if Queen C5, you have Rook C1. So Queen E3 looks great.
Yeah, maybe a slower move like B3 to cover the C4 square. But Bishop E6, I thought, and Knight F4.
B7
Okay, but Magnus is all right here if he's careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, Magnus is stabilizing again. I would take the bishop and we can go H4, Bishop H3.
Wow, H4. Nice move. White is better. The E6 pawn is weak. Keep the pressure. Keep the fun.
Yeah, boy, definitely better here. He shouldn't lose this.
Switch this thing up to the other diagonal. Hey, how do you get in that knight on F8 and there is no checkmate? Thank you, Mikkel Tau.
E4. Caruana playing some excellent chess this game.
Yep. Do you go B5 and try to use C6 or do you... Okay, he does.
Bishop D3. Setting up the battery, but the knight on F8, Danny, is such a nice defensive piece. It's guarding H7.
Yep. Knight on F8. There is no checkmate. That rhymes for a reason. All rhymes are true. It's true. That's
And
a fact.
again, it feels like Carlsen isn't even close to losing this game.
He allows Queen F7? Oh my
What?
God. And Fabi's like,
Rook F8?
what the bleep?
No.
Bishop
Carlsen
takes
taking
E6
over
check.
again.
You still have it with Bishop F7 or
95.
Bishop F5. It's
95.
not over.
It's over. I think it is. Knight G4 and Knight D3 are both threats.
Yeah, the bishop is pinned and the queen is overworked. She has to guard F2 and all kinds
That's
of
it.
stuff.
Queen F2
Knight
even
G4
wins.
check. Knight G4 check first even. Oh my gosh, Magnus does it again. Okay, how much time do we have here? 17 minutes for Fabiano to strike. Come on, bro. Let's go.
I can't believe what we are seeing.
Yep.
This
Fabiano is not playing the worst chess that I've seen in SCC at all. Magnus Carlsen is just absolutely on another level.
Not only is he not playing the worst chess, he's still not
Playing
really
great
blundering,
chess.
Danny. He's playing very solid, definitely not as good as he's capable of, not as good as against Arjun. No question about that, okay? But he's playing very decent level of chess. And this is just, this makes Magnus's performance so much more unreal because we've seen plenty of blowouts where one side just starts tilting, mega tilting. This is crazy, man. And he's losing again. He's going to lose his queen.
He's on pace to get another dub right now. Magnus is just crushing him.
Sorry, I'm
You're out of breath. I know.
I'm shell-shocked.
Breathe, Grandmaster, breathe. It's okay. Yeah.
Magnus outplaying him yet again. Bishop c4, queen f3. Bishop c4,
Bishop
don't
C4
miss it.
And queen a8 mate.
Oh, don't miss it, Fabi. Don't go queen d6 here.
Okay. Knight d2, hangs the f-pawn. He's just down a pawn. He will win no, okay. I thought the rook would take an a4, but no. Magnus just playing simple chess now. He's won a pawn. He's going to hold on to it. Knight's better than the bishop, given all the different Peshki weaknesses we have here. We've got... Oh, man. I'm just like... Haven't seen Magnus in a zone like this in a very, very long time.
No.
There's something about the presence of mind he's had, especially when it's gotten dangerous, to bring it back to neutral, take his foot off the gas, never give Fabi a chance, has paid dividends over time psychologically as well. Because Fabi, I think, just feels so, at this point, you're just disheartened,
Yeah. Not to be too melodramatic, but there's just certain performances in sports that are immortalized forever, and this is going to be one of them. They're performances that display the extent of dominance that certain athletes have, that certain sports players have. Michael Jordan, you can remember some games, Roger Federer, some of the tennis matches where he wins 3-9. And now Magnus Carlsen's match against Fabi is going to enter the annals of these types of matches.
Yeah, this is crazy.
F4, though. Can Fabi
F4,
whip up
there's
counterplay?
There's just queen b2. And if c6, there's queen b6. I think the threat is queen b2, and how does Fabi stop it?
Yeah. No, he can't.
He plays c6, but that gives up b6 immediately if you want to put your rook on it.
Although there would still be f4, but look at the prophylaxis. Magnus just stops it in its tracks and says, no, you ain't getting any counterplay.
Yep. Rook e5, bishop e4, just kicks the bishop ruthlessly. Here comes the rook to e7.
He's 3 pawns up.
Mufasa.
Mufasa.
This is like...
Wow, that was good choreography right there.
You see Magnus, like... I think Magnus knows he hasn't lost yet. I think Magnus is like dialed bleeping in right now.
I think he's adopted him, and at this point, we're rubbing it in by saying that it doesn't matter. The whole match has been one big adoption. And
it's frustrating. Look, Fabi's had an incredible career and is an incredible player. We know that Magnus Carlsen is the GOAT. Was before this match, okay, debates. We can start a GOAT debate in chat if you want. But this is just one of those days where sometimes you just want to forget about it. The moment this is over, whoever's hanging with Fabi, assuming he's playing from his home in St. Louis, it's time to go get a nice meal and watch a funny movie, tuck yourself into bed, Get
some Thai food on DoorDash, just take a long walk, realize that the world is still spinning and your neighbors are still mowing their lawn. And, for the time being, businesses are still operating. So for Fabi, he's going to bounce back from this. But at the end of the day, if you're going to lose a match like this, Danny, there's no shame in losing it to Magnus Carlsen.
Yep. And he played really, really good chess. I mean, honestly, like the early portion of this was one of those where Magnus was just a little better. And stylistically, we know Magnus has always been a tough opponent for Fabi. But then it just became, Magnus showing up. They say class is permanent, form is temporary. I don't think Magnus wants today's form to be temporary. He wants to carry this over. Give me my next opponent ASAP.
By the way, the insane bishop c5 might work out here for black. It's a queen sack, and I think he's going to do it. He's calculating it. Go for it, Magnus. Bishop c5. He plays it
bishop
after
c5.
the trade. Oh, there's no stopping bishop e3. Oh
my God, you can't stop it?
You can't stop it. You got to go.
Oh my God, Fabi just shook his head. It was like, WTF, why the Fabi?
It's over again. Look at this position. The bishop on g6. This is the power of control over a certain color square. The light squares are monopolized by the bishop, and the king is entrapped in a crazy mating net. Rook takes d2 and rook d8. Or this. Yeah, and look at this.
Rook a5, and you can't stop checkmate.
Oh!
I got to get out of here.
I'm getting out.
I got to get out of here.
Bye. Bye, guys.
I don't want I don't remember the new rules do allow someone to resign a match with 10 minutes to go. I don't want Bobby to resign because I want him to get a victory because I don't want him to work for 3 minutes.
And he's going to get a win. He's going to get a win.
He's going to get a win. Come on.
But at this point, Magnus, of course, is aware of this stat. And trust me, Magnus is on a mission. He is trying harder than he would be trying if this match were tied right now, I think.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean. And not because he's trying to be cruel or he's trying to rub it in, but at the end of the game, chess is a violent game. And it's a game in which you go for your opponent's throat. And we wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, and it's not every day you have an opportunity to just capitalize on what is some of the best chess you've played. So you build on it.
Yeah,
and,
it's just sad.
You have to take every game.
Fabi.
Yeah, you have to take every game as seriously as the previous. I think he would be, a little more nervous if the match was tied. I'll say this, but he is trying super, super hard. Not a single one of these games is showing a sign of Magnus letting up. We're not going to see a bomb cloud here. He is going to drive this home.
And the great thing I think about chess fans and chess players is that we're able to simultaneously celebrate, amazing accomplishments over the board and sympathize with the player on the other end, because it's not easy to be in Fabi's shoes. It's incredibly painful. And the pain is going to last, throughout the day and for a while. And it's sad to see him, but it doesn't mean that Magnus is supposed to give him the win or allow him to score an honor goal. He's going to keep fighting and keeping the merciless killer he's been thus far as the match hits the 10-minute mark.
Agreed. And I'll say, too, the other reason you don't let up is, look, these guys play each other in more games and in more matches than just this. And I think Magnus, and his desire to dominate his opponents and his peers over the last 2 decades, his generation, is very real. I mean that. Magnus is obviously, an incredible star and known for his talents and his genius, but I think his competitive drive to win may be underestimated. Maybe people don't always think about it, but I think Magnus appreciates his ability to drive home a memory that Fabi is not going to forget. And I think that he realizes this is a match that he's going to flex, and not to say Fabi's going to let it distract him when they play, let's say, in Tata Steel coming up in January, but don't underestimate that Magnus knows when he has an opportunity to leave a mark, and he wants to do it.
And
it's one of the things that makes him great. That's the truth. It's one of the things that makes him great. Is he has a killer instinct.
Oh, a ridiculous killer instinct. And after, I think I blundered because Bishop D5, there is ED. So I'm going to wait until the end of this game to make my point. Queen F6, Rook E8 check is over. King H3, escaping the checks and winning the game again.
Unreal. Here comes
unbelievable.
Rook E8 or Rook G5. He goes
Queen
Rook
G7
G5.
and Rook E5, and it's all over again. There's adoption. There's 3,300. Man, number one on the leaderboard is quaking.
Magnus
Carlsen. Only a
Carlsen
matter of time.
Is above 3,300. I do not believe Fabiano is going to throw in the towel. I think he wants to play. He wants to get a win.
Yep.
At this point, it's frustrating. Feels bad. Sag for Fabi.
I was going to make a point, Danny, that every single time in Magnus's career that there have been grumblings about Magnus. Is he on the decline? Is he starting to show signs of age, signs of rust? Every time those conversations are whipped up, we see a statement performance from Magnus Carlsen, like clockwork. I remember the grumbling started again about a year ago. He won a bunch of over-the-board tournaments. They started up again after his performance in AIM chess. He lost to Duda. He lost a bunch of games. And now we have his performance first in the Mr. Dodgy tournament. And now, of course, in the SCC. So that right there is the mark of an amazing athlete. And I use that word very deliberately because this performance is an athletic performance by Magnus.
Yeah. Well said. And he's also making a statement, I guess, to anyone else who's going to face him in the SCC from here on out, that he found his form, right? Stella has her group back. I think Magnus is more like the Taye Diggs character in the Stella Got Her Group Back movie.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying, right?
Stella, of course. Which movie again? Yes, it was the movie I saw just yesterday. Nate, what's the name of it again?
All right.
Wait, isn't Stella in A Streetcar Named Desire?
I have no idea.
That's
you're
the only
going
Stella.
above my head.
No, it's the Stella.
Okay, hold on a second.
Stella I know.
Hold on a second. We have an advantage. It's clear for Fabiano. We have victory. We have liftoff. Let's go, Fabiano, right here, right now. The A pawn is real. You're up 27 seconds.
Winning. This is
Convert it,
completely
baby.
winning. Completely winning for white because black can't really get to the C6 pawn. Magnus is trying, though. But maybe you should just send the A pawn. Full send, A5, A6.
C7. I think queen D5 was probably a little better. Now we're seeing a position that... Okay, here comes A6.
Stella, here comes the A pawn.
If rook A7, queen B8 wins the rook. I think that's just a problem.
Oh, that's game. That's basically game. Wait a minute. Let's not...
How does Magnus get out of this?
Yet. Queen D8, A7, queen A8, maybe?
A7, rook...
Queen B8, queen D8, take it, and then take the pawn on D5 is one option.
Yep.
And that's probably what you should do.
Okay, he's going to take D5 this way.
Just be careful. Don't blunder the rook on A1.
I think you were right that...
He should have traded queens. He's going to lose the pawn now, Danny.
He has queen D7.
Oh. But then...
Rook C7?
I guess... Yeah, rook C7. Oh, my lands!
He's holding.
No way!
Yeah, he should have played queen to B8. Oh, my God. Come on, Fabi.
No. And Magnus might be better if the rooks are traded.
Oh, my gosh.
No, he's not better, but it's going to be a draw.
This was a chance. This was the chance. I thought this was going to happen. I thought that was the dub.
I thought so, too. It was basically over. He was one move away. I mean, if he played queen B8, traded queens, that endgame, Magnus would have been dead in the water. Now it's still not totally
rook
over.
C6. Okay.
He's trying. He's trying.
F3. Okay.
Carlsen gives away the pawn. Wait a second.
He freezes the king, though. This is just a theoretical draw.
Oh, my gosh. You can't make any progress.
Dude, the presence of mind from Magnus there, I swear he plays these endgames like he has the table base memorized. Like, who just gives up the pawn in favor for rook C2 like that? Like, who does that?
Because he could have gone rook A5. He could have kept the pawn
he didn't have to do
defended.
that. Like, I would have played... Robert and I were talking about that another session. Like, I haven't had a chance to talk with Magnus about that, but like his ability to like know a position like it's a table base. Like you just go for that. Oh, that's just a draw. I'm like, what? Like you just give up the C pawn and that's the draw?
Was the wherewithal to realize that white's king was completely cut off, and if white had gone F4 there, then there was a check on the third rank, pushing the king away and winning the F4 pawn. So literally no way to make progress. And Fabi basically with two more chances to win a game.
Maybe
Carlsen
one,
is
though.
on the home stretch.
Maybe one, depending on how long this goes. I mean, Magnus is... If you're just tuning in, don't go anywhere. We have never had a Speed Chess Championship performance where a player who won didn't lose a single game. Magnus Carlsen has not lost today in improbable fashion against the American Fabiano Caruana, who has also played fantastic chess, but Magnus has been on another level. Absolutely unreal what we're witnessing. And in the moments like that, Magnus... Even when he's losing, you have to double tap. You know, in Zombie Land where you got to shoot him twice in the head. I'm sorry, it just got violent. You ever seen double tap?
Danny, when you start a sentence with probably in most cases the answer is going to be.
I probably shouldn't talk about it. But okay, Zombie Land is a great movie. It is rated R. A full disclosure, and I apologize for that. But most of you guys are playing first shooter video games. Sorry, the dad in me doesn't like to talk about shooting people. But the point is, if you're killing a zombie, kill them twice. That's the message of the movie. Magnus is like a zombie. You can't just kill him. You got to kill him twice. Double tap.
Or 800 times. Like some of those in Walking Dead. Now that I've watched.
Yeah. You've never seen Zombieland?
No, I have not. And the funny thing is people know I love horror movies. It's not a horror movie though, right?
It's kind of a comedy horror movie.
Is it Jesse Eisenberg?
Yeah, with Woody Harrelson, who's a good chess player, by the way. Shout out to Woody. He plays on chess.com regularly.
Maybe he's watching the show right now.
Shout out to Woody.
I've watched a couple of minutes of the movie. But another point I was going to make, Danny, is that Magnus hopefully will be in a slightly better mood in this interview. Something tells me he's just going to be a little bit happier this time around.
Yeah, and we might talk to him about... We might talk to him about some of the games that felt like the turning point. I think that game where he played G5 and broke through in what looked like a dead drawn bishop ending, talking about a player who, as you said, he has changed the direction of chess in many ways. Maybe one of the biggest impacts he made in his legacy will be that he doesn't take a draw just because the position's a draw. and
He doesn't
he
try to
wins
draw
games.
ever.
He wins games you weren't supposed to win 30 years ago. And that game with G5 where he beat Fabi was in my mind the backbreaker and the game that really set the tone that we were in store for something special today.
And not only has he changed the way people play in equal positions, he is, I believe, at this point, undisputedly the greatest endgame player of all time. A title that I think is completely uncontested as it stands by anybody, either in chess history or in the world top 10.
Well, he's
as
on
I say
pace
that,
to.
He might lose this endgame, but
No, he's. I think he's the only one who can win this.
Oh, because A2 bishop. Sorry, I missed bishop C3 to
Yeah.
A1 blockade.
Oh,
B5,
he has rook
rook
takes C6 and bishop B4. Oh my God, he does it again. Okay, Fabi has one more game, one opportunity.
it.
Mom
Come on,
spaghetti. Mom
Come on.
spaghetti.
You
Come
got
on,
this,
Rabbit.
man.
Let's go.
This is
Everybody
it.
stop what you're doing and root for Fabiano right now.
How many
This
do
is
we
not
have, Danny,
history.
on Twitch?
Let's
All
go,
80,000
Fabi.
of you.
Let's go.
Oh my God. Oh my lands. This is about to complete the greatest performance in SCC history by a country mile.
Yep.
And Fabi score the honor goal.
Let's go, Fabiano. One more game. This is it. This will be the last game
G5.
officially in the match.
Magnus wants this so bad. Trust me. He wants
Yeah,
nothing more.
I
than
swear to
draw
God,
this game.
as this bullet portion has gone on, Magnus's energy has become more focused. Like he senses what's at stake here and his opportunity to write history.
And the title of greatest SCC in parentheses match in history is not in question. But if he goes lossless, that'll also then become one of the most improbable, just statistically improbable performances in chess history.
Yep.
And again, I don't use the superlatives lightly, Danny.
Consistency Magnus has always had in his career, his consistency. But I wonder what he'll say about it if there's a part of him that feels with his experience in his old age, at the old age of whatever he is, 32 or something, meaning he's not really old. If his experience is like just showing his awareness, his ability to just sense the danger, the fact that he can maybe finish a match without losing a chess game is absolutely mind-blowing.
It is. And in the Lex Friedman podcast episode, as Magnus forces the trade of rooks, and he's going to be better with basically no risk, he mentioned that even though the extent of his dominance hasn't changed in the last 10 years, his style has matured, and he made this point that his ability to rebound and his consistency has actually improved with age. And we see that here. I mean, you have the feeling that not only does he have the sharpness and the verve and the resilience, but now he's got the full maturity to be just unwavering in the way in which he just keeps pressuring and keeps pushing. It's amazing, amazing to watch. Amazing to watch. Apparently not the best move, though. Bishop takes A5. Oh,
wait a second.
Okay, bishop B3 and Black can't lose.
He did still have a chance to win there, but even so, he will probably still draw this game.
Wait. Fabi's winning D6, though.
Okay, hold on.
Hold your horses.
Do we have he does not want this game to get away from him.
Rook H2, I think, might force King G3, and then Rook E2. No, he cements the white king. Let's see. This is probably good enough. Oh, yeah, Rook A2, and the king is cut off again.
Yeah, he's holding the king in a cage.
It's the
and
same
if D6,
technique
you can even just play King F6.
Or Rook D2.
Yeah.
Or Rook D2. Yeah,
okay.
It's a draw. It's official, folks.
Just hold it. F6.
I don't know about D6, but that does...
Even so, the rook can't afford to go for the H-pawn because the A-pawn will queen, so... Yeah, that does let the king out. Oh, Bobby doesn't take it. Oh, because there'll be checks by the rook. So I think we officially
King
have
F2,
a draw.
Rook H1. It's official. Repetition
and
is
that's
happening.
it, everyone. We have made history here.
Oh.
Magnus Carlsen.
Oh, my God.
Plays the first ever Speed Chess Championship match without losing a game. And absolutely blows minds in the process. I don't think I've ever seen a performance like that, ever.
Neither have I. And watching this live, not only a great honor to be a part of this, even tangentially, but we see the final score there. It simply does not add up. It doesn't add up. 22-4, and 4 was the result of draws. He dominates across all 3 segments, Danny, and the extent of his domination merely grew as they transitioned from 5 to 3 to 1.
And I feel like the fact that it happened again almost felt anticlimactic because it happened in this awkward king shuffle, but it's like Magnus once again saw the future where nobody else did. He saw the fortress he could set up. He also knew what was at stake. He clearly was poised and wanted it. Magnus Carlsen just did the unthinkable. I wonder what the statistical probability is that anybody will ever do that again, including Magnus, by the way. I don't know that we will ever see what we just saw happen in Speed Chess Championship, future, past, present, whatever the time machine multiverse says. I'd hate you, Dr. Strange. You go, Danya.
Yeah, I am speechless. Like you said, this is one of the most dominant match performances of all time. I don't care that it's online blitz. Online blitz right now is a full-fledged indicator of strength. These players take these matches just as seriously as an OTB Classical tournament or an OTB Blitz tournament. We saw Fabi putting everything he had on the line, but he just caught Magnus on the wrong Tuesday, Danny.
The wrong Tuesday, indeed. Sounds like the title of my autobiography. The Wrong Tuesday.
The life and times of Danny Wrench.
Oh my gosh. I'm speechless. It was crazy. I'm pressed to remember which game stands out the most to me. I kind of want to go into the archive and find that game where he played G5 if we were gonna discuss any game that he won. That game where he played G5 and... Okay. All right. Well, I apologize for that. Wasn't sure if we had the interview or the break, but we're going to take a quick break, and then we will be joined by none other than the World Chess Champion Magnus Carlsen, who not only wins his match, if you just got here, where have you been? He does so in historic fashion without losing a single game. Danya and I will return with Magnus in just a few minutes. Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life. Welcome back, everyone, on this historic day. We still have 20,000 viewers just on Twitch who tuned in for this interview, and that's because the man who now joined us made history. Magnus, congratulations on the win. You made history by winning the first ever Speed Chess Championship match without a loss. Dude, once you got rolling, what was different today?
Yeah, I think I managed to calm down a lot better than I did the last time. Also, exactly what you mentioned, the undefeated record. I think in these matches, like, losses can unsettle you quite a bit, and there were some positions that I wasted where I was winning, but generally, yeah, when you don't lose, you don't tilt, and that helps quite a lot.
Magnus, you displayed mastery across so many different areas, from openings to your defensive ability to your precision and time scrambles. What would you say you're proudest of? What individual skill do you think you displayed to the greatest extent in this match?
I'm happiest about the fact that I never lost on time. I was close a lot of times, but I felt like I was generally quite good at using the 1 second increment, and I felt that very often when we got into scrambles, he would make these sort of quick, obvious moves that were often wrong when he actually had a little bit of time to think. But I think that's also a case of when things go wrong. That's what happened. Generally, I mean, most of the games in these formats is going to be messy, but there was one game that I was actually very happy with, which was the first, maybe not the first, but the Petrov, where I got knight against bishop, as well as queen and rook. A very symmetrical position. I think I played that game very well. Like, normally I'm not happy with games, but that's one that I was really satisfied with. But yeah, overall, it was a bit up and down, but of course, a lot better than last time, and generally at the level I aspire to be at.
So many questions to get to. You mentioned one game. There's a lot of games we could get to. Honestly, we were fawning over all of them. So excuse me and all of chat here about fanboying over your chess today, Magnus. But this really was historic. The rook and knight versus the queen game. You talked about the symmetry and the accuracy. Danya and I pulled up this game here because it felt like at the time this was a game where a lot of players might see this position peter out to a draw. But how early had you spotted this G5 breakthrough idea, regardless of whether it's a forced win or not, but the practical pressure that then put on Fabi to defend? And what would you say in this position was key to pulling away the victory?
I mean, to be honest, at this point, I was cruising a little bit, just trying to play it safe, take any chances that I could find. And yeah, immediately when we got to this position, King C6, I was thinking like, G5 looks tempting. Let's see if it works. And I mean, I did have, I think, like 40 to 50 seconds. So the calculation, like making sure it doesn't lose, was pretty straightforward. But yeah, it was a big moment. It's very, very easy to play King F3, King E4 automatically here, and then the chance is gone. I guess it was a draw later, but all you need is just a little bit of hope there to make. Yeah, you just need to make sure the game continues instead of.
And is that because if King F3 is met by Bishop D8 and then all the chances are gone? Is that the point?
Yeah, or King D6. They both prevent all these chances. Now you can just wait forever.
Got it. Okay, you played G5. Danya, did you have another chess? I mean, there's so many games we would keep you for hours, but Danya, what else would we pick Magnus's brain about?
I'm going to ask a general question about the opening, Magnus. First, your general take on how the openings went, and then more specifically, how would you compare the openings in this match to what you guys had in the 2016 World Championship? And did you use any leftover prep for this match?
2018 match, that is.
2018. Jesus. It's been a long day. We've watched you win for so long, Magnus.
Yeah. Well, I have to say that before the match, I thought his only chance was to hit me in the openings, especially with the white pieces. So I didn't really think too much about my white games. I just wanted to be solid as black, and yeah, I played fairly serious openings. I mean, this martial stuff is obviously very similar to what I played in the match against Jan last year. So yeah, I definitely took the match seriously in that sense. And I wanted to make sure that I didn't lose in the openings, because I thought as long as I survived the openings, then I'm a huge favorite. So I was happy with that. He was kind of moving around a bit, but apart from like that one game where he played the Scotch Gambit, he never really got anything special.
Yeah, we nice to hear you say that. We predicted that this would be kind of some heavyweight opening prep, and let me ask. So you had a mindset not wanting to be worse out of the opening, but when you're looking at the openings to bring to an SCC match, are you playing different openings than you would in a classical match, or is that not part of the decision? It's just about the quality of the opening. You're not choosing based on the time control.
I guess as white, I was trying to play fairly simple positions, relatively technical, often symmetrical positions. I thought those would suit me well because he's often pretty good in complicated positions where he can use his calculating ability. But as black, yeah, I was just trying to play openings that I consider sound, and in that sense, there was no difference from classical rapid chess. Yeah.
Magnus, we have another featured chat question. I asked you the exact same question after your Gukesh match. Did you? What was your routine like before this match, and did you change anything up as compared to the match with Gukesh?
Yeah, I changed a little bit. Like last time, I had one big meal and one like relatively small meal before the match. That match was also 2 hours earlier. This time I wanted to have two big meals just to make sure I retained energy all the way.
The routine, different or not, was obviously affected today. I'm gonna ask a question from Robert Hess, who wants to know whether you watched the Mogul chess boxing event on Sunday.
Oh yeah, I did. Well, I didn't watch the last couple of cards, but I did watch the big chess ones, and yeah, I was. I'm obviously gutted for Lawrence that he lost so quickly, but what Amon did was incredible. I mean, to be honest, like up to that point, it had not been tremendously exciting, but that and then the Andrea Dina fight afterwards, like it was just two amazing shows of entertainment in a row. Like I was like, it was pretty late here, I gotta say, but I was just literally up from the couch cheering him on.
I was too, and I have to ask the follow-up just because that way you can, set the crowd to rest. Would you ever consider something like that, even if it wasn't chess boxing, a physical match with a chess match combined?
I'm not gonna say 100% no, because who knows, like what my mindset will be in the future. But at the moment, I'm no such fan.
If you had to choose, was there someone you would chess box besides me, obviously?
Oh, I don't know. That we would have to see, but yeah, don't count on it.
Okay.
Maybe you'd hit Lawrence Trent when he's down.
Yeah. The well, no,
no,
I
don't think so.
I agree. The Amon performance was crazy. Andre was amazing. It's cool that you watched. I have another question. I want to stay on this historic day, Magnus, because this was incredible, and we were going nuts. And you know, you said in the interview you had with Lex Fridman on his podcast a couple months ago that, you know, to paraphrase something you said yourself, something about even if you're maybe not playing at your peak that you once were as a player, that you found that over time you've become more consistent. Maybe you make less mistakes, and you have, you know, some awareness of some things that you didn't as a younger player, even if you aren't at your peak anymore. Today, you didn't lose a single chess game, and Johnny and I marveled at several moments where you could have maybe pushed a little too hard, but you didn't. You made a transition into a safer spot. What can you say about that? What's come with your experience over time and the statistical improbability? I made a point to say, I don't know that anybody is ever going to do what you did today again. So what are your thoughts on what you were able to accomplish today without losing a game, and your experience that's kind of helped you get here?
No, that's the thing, though. I mean, I don't remember what I told Lex, but generally, I don't agree that I'm more consistent than I used to. I feel like my lows are a little bit lower now than they used to be. As in terms of going undefeated, at some point it definitely became a goal. And as you said, in some games I chose the safe path. Knowing that I could do something that I didn't know that it hadn't been done before, but it certainly hadn't been done against somebody as strong as Fabi. So yeah, at some point it was basically all that I was all that I was playing for. First, towards the end of the Blitz, I thought it would be really cool not to lose any games, and then when the Bullets started. I kind of thought, you know, I'm probably going to get the random loss here or there, but towards the end, I was checking the clock, just seeing how many games were left and seeing if I could run it out and so on. And I think when you have these long matches, especially when they're decided pretty early, you got to set yourself goals to make them more interesting. And I understand that for Fabi, this was agony, but for me this was motivation to try and keep my level up, and just it's easy for both to let go of the rope, like you have seen in a lot of matches that the level drops drastically, and the level did drop a little bit, but I still felt that I kept it up better than I usually do.
Mm-hmm. Magnus, final question for me: are you going to watch the Argentina-Croatia highlights, or did you record the game?
No, I'm not that into it, to be honest. Like I'll watch the games if it sort of fits my schedule. Like I've enjoyed it, but I don't like amend my schedule to watch it. So I'll certainly watch some highlights, but I'm completely fine with not watching it on demand. But just in case there are people here in the chat or watching this video who have watched chess instead of football and have recorded the game, I will obviously not spoil anything.
Yeah, there's still 12,000 of them with us. Many chose to watch this instead of the game, or maybe they had both on. But Magnus, you did keep yourself motivated throughout, and you put on a show for the fans that will forever be remembered. And thank you for doing that. We will obviously see you coming up. So my last question before we bring it out is MBL or so. The last time you played in SCC, I know you have the memory versus Maxime in your mind. Do you want another chance at Maxime, or who are you looking forward to playing?
Yeah, sure. I mean, beating Maxime wouldn't be a revenge, but it would be a step towards redemption at the very least. So definitely hoping to play him. But honestly, I think the match is a toss-up. I think Wesley has played poorly recently in speed chess, but he showed during the the Global Chess Championship, what he can do. So he definitely has the ability to win even by a big margin if he's at his very best. So it's going to be interesting to see whether he can rediscover his form, because he really needs it for this one.
Yeah. All right. Well, we wish you the best of luck in that match, regardless of who it is. Fans, it'll be later this week when that's happening. Of course, stay tuned. We'll let you know. But Magnus, again, thank you for the show today. Thank you for the interview, and hope you enjoy the rest before we see you in your next semifinal matchup.
Yeah, and thank you also very much for running this interview past the start of Title Tuesday, so I'm not tempted to go and play that and ruin the good feeling. So thank you guys.
Okay, you're welcome then.
You're very welcome.
Did Hikaru a favor. I guess we kept you a little longer. So see you, man.
Thanks, Magnus.
Bye.
All right. Well, there you have it, everyone. That was the score. I didn't realize we were keeping him past Title Tuesday. That's pretty funny. That was accidental. So,
it was.
But it wasn't accidental.
His
score of 22-4. Go ahead.
Totally accidental. He won a couple games, Danny. Stop making a big deal out of it. He won a couple games. That's all he did.
No, but I mean, seriously, he said what we thought, Danya. He said he set himself a new goal. Obviously, the match was getting away from Bobby. He was aware of that, but just the mindset. A lot of people be like, "All right, I've won the match. I'm gonna mess around and play some crazy openings, or I'm gonna take my foot off the gas." His mindset was not that. It was, how do I set a new goal for myself so that I can almost trick myself into continuing to perform at this insanely high level, Danya.
And honestly, I want to harken back to his interview after the Gukesh match. I think some people were thinking, yeah, he's kind of putting on a show. Hey, you won by 15 points. No. It's not fake. It's not disingenuous. It's not fake modesty. Magnus really does expect perfection from himself. And perhaps for the first time in his SCC career, maybe in his chess career, he has just put together 3 hours of absolute perfection. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what it takes for Magnus Carlsen to be happy with himself. And happy with himself, he deserves to be.
Indeed, he does. Again, if you're just tuning in, that 22-4 score came in perfect fashion. Magnus Carlsen moves on to the semifinals, where he awaits the winner, of course, of Wesley So and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. He did it, again, without losing a single game today. I can't believe I'm continuing to say that, how amazing what this was. That next match, of course, between Wesley So and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, you will have the call, Danya, tomorrow, along with Robert Hess. Your quick thoughts now on what we're going to see mañana?
We're going to see another amazing match. MVL, he has been on form. His first match turned a lot of heads. Let's not forget that he crushed none other than an on-form Jan Nepomniachtchi. Of course, Wesley So has been machine mode for the last year or so. Just remember the CGC. I mean, talk about Magnus Carlsen's performance today. Talk about perfection. Wesley So has been darn close to perfection for a couple of months now. So I'm super honored to have the call tomorrow. And, you really don't want to miss the match. And especially since you're going to be in withdrawal mode after the Magnus match. So you won't have to wait long for more action, folks.
Yep. Wow, I just still can't. I almost don't want the show to end. What we saw today, that was so incredible. Such a great interview from Magnus too. But everyone, don't worry, you have more SCC tomorrow. And if you have been worried about what to get someone this holiday season, guess what? Look no further. If you have a chess player in your life, they'd probably love a premium membership to chess.com. Do your holiday party shopping now. Get it right now. Bring a present that is the chess present of the year. This holiday season, share the beauty of chess with your loved ones. Come on, purchase a premium membership. That's right, I'm shilling hard, but let's be real. It's actually not that bad of an idea. Get a premium membership for your friend. You can give it to him today, tonight, next week, this month. And don't be a last-minute gift giver. Take care of it right now. Use the command GIFT in chat for all the details and get the job done. Get the holiday shopping done. All right. Danya, that's a shill hard there, but you know what? It's important because it's the gift that keeps on giving, makes you a better chess player. You can't be a better chess player than Magnus Carlsen was today. No. Can I drop an explicit before what did we just watch? That was
what the frick did we just watch? We watched, like I said, I'm going to keep repeating it because of how much this is not an exaggeration. one of the greatest match performances of all time, one of the greatest 3 hours of Blitz chess ever played. Whatever superlative, however you want to phrase it, you're not going to be exaggerating it. And I just wanted to say, Danny, it was an honor to be a part of this, to call the match. And one sympathizes tremendously with Fabiano Caruana, who is in pain, for whom this was not an easy experience. But at the end of the day, we watch chess for these performances. This is why we take time out of our busy days. And this is why we sit around a table with our cup of tea and watch matches like this. This is a performance that I am never going to forget as long as I'm in the chess world, as long as I'm alive.
Well said. No one who watched it will forget, and no one who watched it will be sitting out tomorrow. They're going to be here. So for everyone who's worked super hard, our team, our production staff, everyone who brings these shows to life, our players, and of course my amazing co-host, Danya Naroditsky, International Master Danny Wrench, signing off for today's SCC match and telling you that we will see you tomorrow.